Michel van der Horst picked up the solitary victory from his first night in Group B. Work for the Dutchman to do to go through. Disappointment for Gary Stone. Did give us highlights like... Very good evening and welcome along to your Friday night darty party here in Portsmouth. 10 matches for your entertainment here at the MODUS Super Series. And who wouldn't want a night with legends? We've got the three-time Lakeside champion Martin Adams. We've got prime-time Matthew Edgar in action, as well as one of the hot properties in the amateur game in Gary Stone. We're midway through the group proceedings. This is what happened on night one. Michel van der Horst picked up the solitary victory from his first night in Group B. Work for the Dutchman to do to go through. Disappointment for Gary Stone. Did give us highlights like this 1-2-6, but they were in short supply. He needs to go through the card to go through tonight, you feel. As for John Worsley, good second half of the session. Lost his first two, won his second two to see him into third spot. Matthew Edgar didn't quite know where the form go was going to be going into this competition. He won 3 out of 4. He finds himself in second spot. But the man of the moment was Martin Adams, rekindling some vintage memories and some vintage performances to top the group with 3 wins from 4. Well, it is a night full of legends here at the MODUS Super Series. And the good news is Chris Mason's in the commentary box. Glenn Durrant's with me on stage. Glenn, interesting evening ahead of us as far as Group B is concerned.
I think it's very interesting. I think 2 of the first 3 games for Gary Stone is really important. He was the big favourite sort of going into Group B. And, you know, it just didn't happen last night. And... yeah, very interesting. This group could really separate depending on what happens early on.
Just quickly before we move on to tonight, just a quick reflection on this afternoon. Andy Hamilton and Colin McGarry going through to tomorrow night's final.
Well, listen, it was a gruelling Group C, and I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it whatsoever, but, like, that's what darts is. You know, I was a methodical player myself, and, you know, those people... You know, it's not the same as watching 2 lightning quick plays. It is what it is. However, I wouldn't be surprised if the winner of tomorrow night comes from Group C, because in Colin McGarry, I was seeing someone scoring for fun. And look, it wasn't always pretty on the eye, but the right 2 went through.
Well, let's talk about tonight then, and in particular Matthew Edgar and Martin Adams. 2 players that maybe beforehand there was 1 or 2 question marks over, but at times they answered them yesterday.
Yeah, look. A week ago, I was on this stage myself, and I was asking myself questions. I knew exactly the strategy for Matthew Edgar, and his opening game, he knew the importance of it, and he came out flying from the opening 3 darts, the opening leg, to win that match. Then he settled. And like he's been saying on social media today, that the butterflies, you know, they're coming back to him because that's the competitive spirit that's inside you. In Martin Adams, I was working with him quite recently, and he just didn't look himself. And I tell you what, I think I was beginning to write him off for last night. Boy, did he prove me wrong.
Do you feel like, though, sometimes familiarity with certain stages can help players? Like we talk about Gary Anderson, for example, at the World Championships, how he thrives on the Ali Pali stages. But because Martin Adams has played here so often, has had his success in the past, this is a stage that he can quite easily acclimatise to.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in that. I mean, there were certain events I would walk into and I was just like, right, who am I playing in the final? And why not play great darts here? This is one of the best places to play darts right now. You know, everybody loves it, from the referees, the lighting, the throw. Everything in here is perfect. And, you know, it was no wonder, no surprise to me that, you know, it sort of just comes back to you. You're playing a little bit on instinct early doors. And like I said, they haven't got the match practice they want to. But because of that Christmas period, you know, a lot of players haven't. So it was good to see. And players do enjoy here.
They most certainly do. Well, let's have a look at the Group B table then, at the halfway stage of the group. As you see, Martin Adams and Matthew Edgar, as we were talking about, on 6 points. Now, the player in the middle there is John Worsley. He is on 4 points. A differing night of fortunes, lost his first two, but recovered very well to win his final 2 matches.
Yeah, I think he showed some real class in the end and averaged the highest of the 5 of them. He averaged just over 87 for that. He's, like he did on Monday as well, he's got a real good ceiling as John Worsley. I mean, this is a guy that's won Challenge Tours. He's reached a semi-final of the Players' Championship. He's been at 5 European events. John Worsley can play darts, but he wasn't match sharp. And he's beginning to play himself into form, and he's finding something when he's up here when he needs to. I thought it was a terrific past couple of games from John Worsley. He really impressed me.
Well, a lot of people are saying there's a 2-horse race for top spot in the group. This is what the bookmakers think. And they say it's a straight fight between Martin Adams and Matthew Edgar. Wolfie, the 6-4 favourite. Matthew Edgar, the 13-8 second favourite. Just your thoughts and opinions on the outright betting there.
Yeah, like I said, I think if you're looking for value, can Gary Stone go through the card? But that might not be enough. And I think for Matthew Edgar, Martin Adams, maybe just one win tonight. I don't think they'll care a diddly squat who goes through. I think the bookies have got that right. If John Worsley can win the opening game with Gary Stone, that 4-1 looks generous, because I think my prediction tonight, whoever wins that first game, Worsley or Stone, go 4 out of 4.
Has Michel van Horst kind of been forgotten about in this group?
No, because he was quite poor yesterday. I thought he showed incredible respect to Martin Adams yesterday, and that was to his detriment in the end. He was just hugging him at the end, and I just think he showed a little bit too much more respect. His 180 hitting's been fantastic. He's been really good, and he's demonstrated a lot of his qualities and a lot of his skills to new people. But I know Michel, and I know he'll have been disappointed with last night. Can he bounce back tonight? I don't know, not for me.
And in terms of Gary Stone, is the first game so important for him this evening?
The first 2, I mean, I've just been having a real good look for him, because I was scratching my head last night. Came out, played Matthew Edgar, played lovely. And I thought, well, that's it. He's just going to run through the card now. For me, he's the class act. Whew, God, I was really surprised at his performances after that. I was disappointed at very much like I was the week before, where you were disappointed in me, because all of a sudden my shoulders were down. I was pulling faces and woe is me, misery cam that we have behind us. So everything I was doing wrong, I could see in Gary Stone. So practice what you preach, I was saying to myself, but I was so disappointed, because I'm a fan of Gary Stone, and he knows that. It's not like this is news to him or anything. But it could be this stage, because every time he comes here, he's not producing.
Well, he's in action in our first game tonight. We'll talk about that in just a second. But let's have a look at tonight's bet builder. Interesting bet builder this evening. Pays just over 5-1 tonight. The game between Edgar and Stone, over 2.5 180s at 13-8. The player handicap, John Worsley to beat Gary Stone in our first game, 1.5 legs. That's 4-2 or better. And the game between Adams and Edgar to go over 5.5 legs. Your thoughts on that, Glenn?
Yeah, I quite like the first 2. I'm not so sure about the last one. Edgar's a really good front runner, He either sort of dominates games. He doesn't often get involved in too many scraps and comes out a victor. Yeah, I'd expect to see 180s with Stone and Edgar. But Edgar's not a massive 180 hitter. Remember, he normally gives us the bow when he does that. And, I think it was only maybe one he got last night as well. So it could be dependent. So, yeah, I'm not so sure.
Will be interesting to see. Remember, 18 plus and begambleaware.org if you're fluttering on the Super Series night. Right, our first match of the evening session sees John Worsley in action up against Gary Stone. This could be so important in the race for third space as far as the group is concerned. And earlier on this evening, the One Ball caught up with Phil Buzz. Get his assessment of the week so far.
Jonathan, here we are, Friday night at the Super Series. It was a slow start last night, but you played yourself into contention.
Yeah, I put a little bit of pressure on myself the first 2 games, and I thought I played okay in the first one, and he just about beat me. I missed a few doubles on that. So,
what's that pressure like after you put it all on yourself and having to win games? Because it intensifies as the night goes on, I'm sure.
Yeah, it does, but you also, you're in the practice room, you're playing well, so it's just about taking it to that stage then. And I got myself in a zone, and I said, look, you're better than this, so come on, sort it out.
Have you set yourself a points tally tonight that you think you're going to need to get through?
I don't want to look at it like that. I just want to try and win the first game and then push on from there. So maybe 8 might be enough, but if I can get 10, I'll be happy.
As far as Group B's go, it's a competitive group, and Martin Adams kind of threw the cat amongst the pigeons yesterday because no one knew what kind of form he was going to be in. And did he surprise you?
He definitely did against me because he had a 97 average. He wasn't so good against the others, but yeah, Martin's a fantastic player. He's a world champion, but Matt Edgar surprised me more because he's had that operation, and I thought he was going to be a bit ropey, but he played well.
The fact that you've won here in Portsmouth, you know what it takes. Does that give you a slight advantage if you can get to Saturday night, do you feel?
Yeah, I haven't been practicing, as I said, and Glenn probably believes me now because of the pub. But now I feel like if I can bring my A game, I can beat anyone. So, yeah, bring it on.
Jonathan, wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
So, time for our opening game of the evening. It sees John Worsley in action up against Gary Stone. Game 1 of 10 that we're going to bring to you this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Watching all the action in the commentary box alongside Glenn Dowen is a very good evening once again to Mace the Ace, Chris Mason.
Good evening, Henry. Good evening, everybody. Well, here we go, and we start with an absolute banger and a massive game for both. I think Gary Stone makes a winning start tonight. I think he'll have a good night. And I think if John Worsley makes a winning start, he's right in the mix in terms of qualification because he will gap the players in 4th and 5th place by 4 points.
Yeah, really nice interview once again with John Worsley there. He's one thing I do like, just to get the thoughts of the players, and I think everybody realises the importance of this first game. And I said on the stage there, Mace, where I think the winner of this one will probably go on to go through the card. That's how big I see this game. And like I say, this guy just did not. I just was confused. I was actually confused.
Well,
I felt like you'd done the hard work in the first game.
leg, it's John
I think you
to
picked
throw
up
first.
on a very valid
Game
point.
on.
Some places just don't suit you as a player. I couldn't stand Ali Pali. I loved the tavern. I loved the match play. I loved the Grand Prix, but just every now and again there's a venue where you just
56.
don't click.
Yeah, bizarrely, my favourite was a place called Chelsea. Oh yeah, I was good there.
Yeah, I must admit I did like that as a venue. And Vauxhall, I had loads of success there.
100.
It was a real bizarre sequence of events for Gary Stone, and like I said, I had a look at his social media this morning. The expected response there, he called himself an embarrassment.
61.
I wish he wouldn't do that, but listen, what do I know?
Well, he averaged 82.52 for the night, which is, if we go back to the old county days, what's that, about 27 and a half?
140.
Not horrible.
But Gary will see that because I think he's in the mood for 30-plus averages every game. And he might need to beat this man. I'm very impressed with him. Let's see, he had the highest
180.
average of the players last night. And that's not for the first time this week, as he
No.
bounced in the first max.
Did it on Monday as well. Yeah, 87.33 for the night last night. His nearest rival in that metric. Certain
140.
Martin Adams, 86.45. And that's with a 78 in there where he was really rusty in his opening game.
Oh, that did surprise me. The Martin Adams pleasantly surprised me.
55.
Very selfishly,
Gary require
We won him here on
121.
Saturday night.
Outside of that really poor match, he had a 97.52, an 81.78 and an 88.21.
84 left here for Gary.
John with that
57.
87.33. He also had a 77
149.
in there. The rest of them were 91, 91 and 88.
Yeah, I suppose they look a little bit the consistency with John, but I think he's just touched there when he plays his A game, of course. He'd be a match
99.
for anyone, and he's
Gary
put an awful
requires
lot of pressure on this
64.
64. But it's an opportunity for Gary. If he's going to win this match, he has to take these opportunities. He doesn't often take that big intake of breath. He'll be feeling this. He'll know the importance of something as straightforward as a one dart or a
Game
double, and
shown
that's
the first
excellent
leg.
darts, Gary Stone.
Gary Stone.
Excellent darts.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just every now and again, you need that, just that little moment of magic that
Second
will
against
inspire
Gary
you
to throw
to
first. Game on.
produce.
Yeah, John won't give much emotion away. You can just see him just thinking about the situation right now. If you're going to read
45.
somebody tonight, then it will be Gary Stone. He certainly wouldn't make a good poker player, that's for sure. What do we know about John Worsley? Well, he was clearly deep in thought there, and I was just having a little look at his CV
134.
again, just to remind me. Semi-final of the Players' Championships, where he played and beat the likes of Michael Smith and Damon Hetter on the way of that
57.
semi-final, a challenge to a winner. Played 5 European Tour events. He was really good when he was on the circuit. And we see glimpses like this of his best.
We're seeing it here.
180.
Number 2.
And me, 110 average for John Worsley at the moment.
140. 140.
Backs up the max with a 140 down to 47 after 9.
Here's another scenario on my mind here. Everyone will feel quite damaging to Gary while people play well. He'll suddenly be thinking, I knew he'd play well against me.
Game shown the second
Beautiful leg of darts.
John Worsley.
Evan Dart, instant break back.
Third against John to throw first.
A good enough start from Gary
Game
Stone, but
on.
that's exceptional from John Worsley. Congratulations today to Jelle Klassen and Robert Grundy. A moment for Robert Grundy.
180.
Third maximum.
Player you know well, Glenn.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great story. We've just watched his interview, the emotion from it.
125.
47-year-old, and listen, at my very best, Rob Grundy was giving me a good eye, and he was. This is beautiful from John Worsley. Don't know why I chose to have a real good delve into his
99.
CV tonight. Maybe I was anticipating something special for him.
Something you're usually adept at, Glenn, to be honest.
57.
Henry, now you. Don't you start. Come on.
I know one thing for sure. During the Worlds, not at any point did you tip Luke Humphries.
94.
I didn't.
If you would have done, he'd have lost to Joe Cullen.
I don't know if you're being serious there. I didn't. I did not think he could have 4 majors out of 5.
100.
In this current era,
Like
it's quite
128.
remarkable. I've been saying for 2 years, Noah will dominate. Well, it's as close as I think we'll ever get.
Well, interesting enough, I was just looking at John Worsley's semi-final of who we beat along the way.
38.
And I thought, squinted my eye a little bit. I thought, who beat me in 2021? Because I think I won 3 games that year. I only beat Luke Humphries in the first round of that.
Did you?
Yeah. Screen print. Status update about 2 a.m.
59.
tonight.
Johnny Rockwine, 90.
Well, he went 1-0 down, Worsley, but he's been so dominant since. This is absolutely terrific.
75. Gary Require,
The
160.
only problem with that double 15, but he was aggressive. Saw the 160 earlier today.
45. Johnny
Takes the
Require,
pressure
15.
Off this 15 just a little. Think of the double 4. Only got away with it. What happens when you get away with it just?
7. Gary Require, 115.
Would be nice for Gary. This would be nice for Gary. He'll feel the world's against him at the moment. And he's
Game
got
shot
away
the
with one there,
third
Gary
leg.
Stone.
Gary Stone.
Remember that moment. If Gary Stone qualifies tonight, go back as early as that
Fourth leg,
finish
it's
there because
Gary
he
to
was
throw
second
first.
best.
Game on.
Worsley looked absolutely sensational. 5 missed starts at a double.
60.
Yeah, that could well turn out to be the biggest moment of the match.
Gary looks nervous, and I think it's suiting him. You know, he did the blind 180 last night, and every facial expression you could have got from him
45.
was there. He's feeling it right now. Sometimes you've just got to tough it out.
Well, it probably is down to the intensity of John Worsley in the opening 3 legs. Maybe it's that fight or
45.
flight mode. He's deciding to fight.
I guess after 6 starts, you'd expect Worsley to be more down than 396, which makes me think Gary will suddenly be. Is it my night?
136.
Was night just a blip?
Yeah, begin to believe.
You believe it, you're halfway to achieving it. I used to read some rubbish when I played.
50.
It worked.
What a fantastic shot that was, by the way. Just to
Seeing the flight
see
through the air.
flight. Yeah, it's
60.
Nice and clean as well, that.
we've been talking about coaching. I've really enjoyed sort of picking the brain of Mace this week, and a big part of what I look for.
Well, it shows you how if the hand is opening quick enough,
100.
whether the balance in the dart is correct, the point of release is correct.
$60.
Does he realise the importance of this letter match? Yes, he does. Every dart will feel. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, they both do. Both fully aware.
I think John's got them buffered of 2 points, and he's pinging in those 180s. In fact, he's had more 180 scores than hundreds of
Gary require
140s.
140.
He's had as many 180s as Gary Stone has had 140s. Say, just love a ton here.
80.
Not a bad
Gonna
second
require
prize.
145.
Spot on, Merce. Just thinking, this is the type of finish for Worsley. Unlucky. Actually, the better player in this match right now.
105.
And he could
Gary
be 60
requires
points away
60.
from being 3-1 down.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fourth
what a
leg.
difference
Gary
a day makes.
Stone. 5th leg is John
Important to those doubles.
first.
1 from
Game
5 from Worsley. So those missed starts at the double 15 and double 4, remember, where it could have been different. Gary Stone, not at his brilliant scoring best. Look at him, he's just sucking the air. I've never seen a Gary Stone
60.
like this.
He's had a fair bit of time to dwell on what was a disaster for him
78.
last night, and I think he may have just had a choice to make, and right now he's made the right one.
$140. 60.
Creative. Not sure about the copyright on that.
UncleBulgaria.com will be in touch with us. Begging for more.
I can remember
140.
Mike Gregory getting a letter because he did his design identical to that of MG, the cars, and he had to change that. There was one recently, wasn't there? Wasn't it Jammy?
Yeah, I think
Jammy
it was,
Dodger.
yeah. That just takes the biscuit, that.
60.
Yeah, I used to wear my red and white colours, and PDC said, look, you can't wear football colours. So I changed the shirt,
180.
and all of a sudden Callum Ridge walked in like Alan Shearer. Well, this has been very much a different type of Gary
42.
Stone.
Gary
One I've
required
liked,
43.
one where he's shown vulnerability, nerves, tension. But he's a dart away. He needed a win, remember, his opening game to give himself some chance.
3. Can you require
barring a
158?
miracle shot here from Worsley. He's not on. Gary Stone will be back, and this stems, and you were right, Glenn.
44.
This stems back from
Gary
leg 3 and
required
5
40.
missed starts from Worsley.
Not going to say the perfect start for Gary Stone, 'cause it's been far from perfect. But it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Double 10.
30.
I was
John
about
require
to
140.
make my notes.
We both throw our mics down there, didn't we? Ouch.
Finish.
74. Gary required 10. 6. John
Anyway.
require 40.
It's literally between the ears.
We put an
Game's on
awful
the
lot of
fifth leg.
emphasis on this
John
opening game,
Worsley.
and clearly the players have done the same. Gary Stone will be feeling it right now.
Sixth leg, it's
That's a
Gary
really
to throw
wowie
first.
says. I just
Game on.
little lip read, and John Worsley is like, am I still on this stage?
45.
With that start, this is where Worsley can really impact some paint and almost convince Gary Stone that he can't win this.
100. $58.
Yep, they're just nervy dart. That full extension of the arm, it just feels like it's a little bit of tension. You're looking for a very seamless throw. Just feels like there's the odd knot in between that.
125.
Because he knows the defeat here. Pretty much. Bye for Gary. That's perfect. That is unbelievable under the circumstances. All on a pinhead.
180.
Great
Outstanding.
darts.
$140.
Quite simply, it's 6 darts from Stone because John Worsley, when he finds that treble 20, the others followed.
60.
Advantage Worsley
36.
actually becomes favourite for this match in this situation because he would have the darts, remember, in the last leg. Double 8.
128. Gary require 158
158 for the match.
This would be really special, Gary Stone. That is incredible. Not once in that match did he look comfortable. During that game, he looked second best. That's an absolute sickener for John Worsley, but he demonstrated enough for me there that John Worsley's in for the fight tonight. That was a nervy performance from Gary Stone, but somehow he gets over the line with something very, very special. Second best, but that 158 was sublime. As next up, we look at game 2. It's Matthew Edgar against Michelle van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV. We said the first game was going to be big for Gary Stone. Well, it was a big win against John Worsley, 4-2. He gets a victory that moves him on to 4 points level with John Worsley in the group. Michel van der Horst looking to make it a three-way tie on 4. He takes on Matthew Egger, who won 3 out of 4 on night 1. Prime time looking to move on to 8 points. And watching this one down in the commentary box, Glenn Durham is alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, what a fascinating opening match. It looked to be going the way of Worsley. And then the build-up from Gary Stone. He almost looked like he was talking himself out of it and then decided, no, come on, I can do this.
First leg, it's
My
Matthew
goodness,
to
didn't
throw
he?
first.
Winning it with a
Game
158.
on.
That's right up there with the Andy Hamilton 170.
Yeah, it never looked like going to go for Gary Stone, but he'll settle down now.
57.
We might finally see the best of him. Certainly at times saw the best of Matthew Edgar yesterday.
Yeah, averaged 84.2 for the night. Averages of 88, 83, 80 and 84. More importantly, it's the 6 points in the bag.
100.
A tight game between the pair of them yesterday. In fact, it was a roar of delight from Matthew Edgar as he won 4-3 against Michel, who didn't produce
44.
the form he demonstrated in his Group A campaign.
54.
In fact, Michel sits bottom of the 5 players at the moment. Probably, is desperate for a win. Massive 180 hitter when he gets them going. And after that first start there, hence the reason I mentioned it.
140.
Be prepared for a few bounce outs from Michel.
100.
Matthew Edgar, one of our commentators. In fact, he's commentating here next week. Openly admitting how nervous he's been today. Butterflies throughout the day.
100.
He knows he's a win away. Said he wants 2 wins out the 4.
125, Michelle. You have a 121. $42. Matthew requires 65.
Well, if he was sat here next to me now, furious that a player of his talent is missing the big number.
33.
Came out the
Michelle,
traps
requires
beautifully well
79.
yesterday. I'll be watching with bated breath. Michel wants double 11 here. His counting's not great. His setup play's not good. So just double checking what he needs. Centre of the board.
68.
Yeah,
Matthew,
if he
you
does
require
have
32.
A big weakness. It is finishing.
Game shot in the first leg.
Bit of a steal
Matthew
there.
Edgar. Second leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
So because it's quite a truncated group with the Group B system, we'll keep it
140.
updated. But you can tell the motivation for Matthew Edgar, because if he does win this game, he would see
43.
himself going top. And he talks an awful lot in here about the impact of just seeing your name and that table going up and the chatter in that room. And knowing Matthew, like, the importance of winning this first game.
180.
And may feel that 8 points is enough tonight because it's very, very tight between them.
60.
Incredible 180 hitter.
128. $60.
Absolute
Michelle, you
dominant
require
leg here.
53.
Potential for an 11. Be 1-all. You'll feel like he should be 2-0. But again,
33.
missed doubles.
Yep, no dramas. And get all the way back on 338.
135. Michelle, you
That's his
require 20.
unique style of clothing does Michelle van der
Game
Horst.
shot on the second leg. Michelle van der Horst.
Same type of shirt, different colours but checks. Every time I see him, I keep thinking he's coming to collect my VAT.
So it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
He's definitely got a look of
140.
an accountant. Or a really bad undercover cop.
One
Yeah, one
hundred
thing about being in Portsmouth this week, I've caught up on a whole seed of Shetland. That is my
97.
As you know, Glenn, I don't really watch TV.
great angle of.
60.
And what I like about that, I mean, very high elbow does he have? Absolutely no body movement. You can just see with Matthew there, he uses that body.
180.
No, it's not a big 180 hit to Matthew Edgar. 2 yesterday.
Yep, 1 tonight already.
He's taking his average up. He was in the 60s, Matt, but he's just shy of 90 now.
100. Matthew require 84.
Interesting how he climbs up on his toes. Again, maybe that's why he
52.
can be a little erratic or inconsistent because there's a lot of moving parts. So
yeah,
timing will be everything for him to be perfect.
And I was just thinking, that was the word I was trying to look for. I thought his timing looked really good
42.
tonight.
Matthew, you require 32.
Did in spells last night.
Game shot in the third leg.
Last start, Edgar.
Matthew Edgar.
The good fortune continues. Edgar leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Once again, great camera work. Just to catch Edgar there, he was just sucking all the air in. He's feeling it.
120.
You can count the bounce outs. There's his first one of the night. Must be double figures this week.
95.
Yeah, because of that no rotation of the body, just the arm, the high elbow. He doesn't generate the power that Edgar does.
No, nowhere near. You can
140.
see just how little the point is taken into the board. And
59.
Edgar's they land up, but they're not far off of being flat. There's very little weep.
Yeah, both players looking excellent.
180.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the bet builder? I said that. Wasn't this the match where they said there'd be 3 180s? And I said not a chance.
47. Showing record 61.
Oh, there is 3.
When I said there's not a chance, it went from 4-1 to 1-11.
Game
He's
shot in the
absolutely
fourth leg.
dominant on throw.
Michelle
That's
van der Horst.
an 11 dart hold. 101.89 Michel van der Horst.
Fifth leg, it's
Matt
Matthew
Edgar,
to throw first.
79.
Game on.
But Matt Edgar's still favourite by very nature of having the throw.
43.
Right. 4 legs and only 7 minutes played. So great pace between them. Very, very tight yesterday. Like I said, it was went right down to the wire.
140.
Edgar, with 4 out of 7 on the doubles, that did the damage in that department, winning 4-3. But he had an average of 5
85.
points lower than Michel.
Looking at the bag, just looking at the back leg of Michelle there as well. That's right on its tipped up.
100. $140.
The tight tussle. There you can just see he's on his right on his toe there. Sort of caresses that down. I think that's why he gets a lot of bounce out as well, because just all that wristy fingers.
140.
Look at the power generated from Edgar. You can just see the body going with the dart.
94.
But
Shall we look
nothing at all
121?
between them. This is an excellent start from Michelle van der Horst, to be fair. Treble 17.
Oh,
37.
prior to that
Matthew
bounce
Maguire,
out, I mean, he was averaging
139.
105. I don't recall seeing him around those kind of numbers. That bounce out
99. Michelle, we
could be the
require
difference between
84.
having a dart at a double or a dart at the ball.
Those Edgar subscribers, I think, are behind that dartboard now. Every time he has a shot, they're knocking his dart out.
38. Matthew, you require 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Matthew Edgar.
Very, very good, to be fair, because he knows he's probably been second. Well, he has been
Sixth
second
leg,
best
it's
at
Michelle
times,
to
but
throw first.
Yeah,
has
just a
won
Game
with a
on.
throw.
Just a drop out there, or it did sound like a bit of wire involved on the treble. 17. Ultimately, cost
85.
Michel the opportunity of possibly getting a dart at a double, or at least two.
92.
And Edgar will be feeling extremely comfortable in this leg because he knows he has the dart in the final one.
Yeah, he's got an insurance policy, hasn't he?
But he would be feeling the nerves in the last legger.
100.
I think he feels confident that 8 points will get through. Very, very good at the permutations and calculations.
99.
Good game, this.
Very. Plenty of quality, including two of these already.
120.
Just unbelievable, isn't it? And needs addressing. Whether that's... No help from Edgar there, we noticed. Surprised he didn't kick him.
43.
Beautiful dart.
122.
Taking him down to a very doable two-darter for a level game.
50. Michelle, you require 74.
Well, looking good for 3-3. The opening game was tight. It'll be one of those nights. Played at a lovely pace, it has to be said.
34. 60. Michelle, you require 40. Game shot in the sixth flag.
Yeah, both players
Michel
playing very,
van der
very nice here. This is much, much better for Michel van der Horst. He was very slow out the blocks yesterday. I think
Seven
he just
from
showed
final leg. It's Matthew
too much
to throw
respect in his
first.
opening game to
Game
Martin Adams.
on.
And in this Group B, a loss is magnified more. But Edgar will know that one smashing leg here.
44.
Yeah, he knows. He knows because he knows this guy is a decent scorer. I mean, he's funny one, this guy, isn't he?
Seriously unpredictable.
121.
And the amount of games he's won this week where he looks dead and buried, produces a 180 and has a clinical
59.
finish, yet he'll have legs that he dominates that he can't knock up in. And then a player will come back and beat him.
It was.
Wants to get away from there.
95.
There's that second set of darts. I didn't
They
want
look
to.
identical.
Yeah, I didn't really want to bother him.
Don't lie, just didn't want to speak. to them.
81.
I would have done if he'd have played 4, lost 4.
Oh, I'd have bought him flowers.
I ignored his messages last week, but anyway, he's doing mighty fine.
83.
To be fair, so is Van der Horst. He's 100 ahead here. Edgar just taking his time. Love this. He knows the importance of these 3 darts here. Maybe
45.
just trying too hard, Mace. Chance for Van der Horst, who's so unpredictable.
Well, he's forcing the hand of Edgar, isn't he? I mean, he's averaging pretty much close to a ton, and he's been there and some through the entirety of the game.
I've just realised why Michelle is playing well. I said to Henry, he's got no chance of
130.
qualification
Shall we
now.
require 57?
Big 17. Entertaining game. Enthralling at times.
37.
He is
Matthew
susceptible
require 142.
on that outer ring. This would be special. We've had an incredible finish from Stone, not to be for Edgar.
100.
Last chance saloon for Van der Horst, you feel? Entertaining,
Game,
great
shot,
game,
the
and Michel
match.
van der Horst
Michel van der Horst.
really showed the skills that he showed in Group A campaign, just the start he needed. It was so positive yesterday for Matthew Edgar. He will go back to that players area, and he still knows he still needs that win under his belt. But to be fair, he'll look at those averages, and Van der Horst was a deserved winner in the end. Gary Stone is back very, very quickly. He's on next against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where things really are bunching up in Group B. Before the break, so Michel van der Horst get the better of Matthew Edgar in our last leg decider 4-3. And now that means everybody's within a couple of points of each other. But we're yet to see the three-time world champion in action tonight. Martin Adams is about to take to this very stage. His first assignment is Gary Stone, who's already got a victory under his belt this evening, having got the better of John Worsley in his opening match. And early on this evening, Phil caught up with Wolfie.
Martin, here we are, Friday night at the Super Series. And how would you assess your Thursday night?
Lucky, I think, really. Played a lot better than I thought I would. Practice has been a bit up and down over the last, couple of 3 months. But there we go. It all came together last night, which is quite good.
Like you said, coming into this campaign, you hadn't played hardly anything. What were your expectations ahead of this Group B campaign?
Never had any. No expectations at all. It'll be what it'll be. That was the way I was thinking. So, if you've got that sort of attitude, then if something goes wrong, it don't matter, because you've said to yourself, well, it'll be what it'll be, and that's it. We'll just get on with it.
And to have a share of the lead overnight must have been a nice feeling when you went back to the hotel.
Well, yeah, it is actually, yeah. I mean, it's totally unexpected. We didn't have a share of the lead, but it's a very nice feeling.
Look, obviously, with everything that you've gone through, is it nice to get back to some competitive darts?
Yes, it is. Very nice to get back to competitive darts. It gives you something to work towards. It's been a bit sort of like lacklustre over the last, sort of like 4 or 5 months. And getting yourself together and getting your head together and getting back on the board and practising properly, that's been the hard bit. But, we've got there.
Circus Tavern is on the horizon as well. It's a nice time of year to play yourself back into some form and try and take that world title off of Robert Thornton.
Yeah, that would be nice. I tell you, yeah, I'd love to take it over Robert and all, take him in the final and all. I'd love that. That'd be great.
Martin, we wish you all the very best ahead of play this evening.
Thank you very much indeed.
And so, to game 3 of our evening session and the introduction to proceedings for the 3-time world champion, Martin Adams. In commentary for this one, Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. These two clashed in match number 8 last night. And it was Martin with a 4-2 win. He was 80% on his double as he was dynamite.
Yeah, the highlight for me at 3-2, he wanted 100, and I think the pair of us just grabbed the mic to say, this is going to go. Despite the fact he's 67-year-old, when it comes to bottle, he has it in abundance. I mean, there's a couple of things that's crept into his game. He's hitting more 5s and 1s these days. But I tell you what, we've just both looked at each other there and said, what a really nice interview that was. And like I said, the MODUS Super Series is a better place when Martin's doing well, and quite selfishly, I'd love to see him tomorrow night with people behind him in the crowd. That would be great. There's plenty watching tonight. So if you fancy a night at the darts tomorrow night, just scan
First
that
leg, it's Gary to
QR
throw
code.
first. Game on.
It's a small booking fee, remember.
Yeah, just £2 and 3 drinks are £10.
There it is. Just give that a scan.
If you don't have that facility, head over to
98.
www.dartshop.tv. All the ticket information there and how you book your spot here at the Super Series Saturday night. Doors open around about 6 o'clock. Action gets underway at 7:30, and the final will
140.
not be before 11 p.m. Really affordable night out nowadays when you think how much
45.
nights out cost. If you just have 3 drinks and book your ticket, it's 12 quid.
Look, I know it's very early, and they'll be like that stupid commentator over-exaggerating things.
125.
But again, that's a really nice start. I'm pleasantly surprised that Martin proved me wrong last night. I thought it was a nice touch when he said to see his name at the top.
134.
But for Gary Stone, I think he got away with one in the first game. I really expect a much more settled performance here.
Yeah, well, Martin has had a tough time of things in his personal life, and I think it came across in that interview that I think
100.
it's just nice to give him something to take his mind off things and probably be around other players and just try and
121. Martin, you're
enjoy things as much as possible.
Well, he'd enjoy this.
Don't think Gary Stone would have.
Well, you'll know what Gary Stone feels every time he throws a dart.
26. Gary require
As
103.
he let you know. But again, no setup play there for Adams, and all of a sudden, Stone is first to a real finish here. 64 points left.
87.
Over to Adams.
Martin require
in his
110.
pump. He would have ripped this one to shreds.
Yeah, you stood behind going, oh dear.
And remember, just in the 18.
94.
Wow, that's a long way away. Didn't expect that.
Gary requires 16. Game shot in the first leg. Gary Stone.
Precious start for Stone.
Second leg is Martin to throw first. Game on. $125.
And darts once again from Adams. He'd be disappointed, of course, with that double 16 attempt. But he's someone who can brush those things aside. Better from
140.
Stone. He looked jittery, nervy in that opening game. And I think he could just go back and went, whew, how did I get away with that one? And even in that first leg, Adams on double 16, you're thinking he's probably going to pop this away.
It'll be
59.
Typical Adams fashion, but a win here for Gary. And he will go from bottom in 2 games to
100.
joint top, only separated by leg difference.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologise for the in-play table purely because there's 2 points separating them. But if Gary was to win the game, he would go back to that players area. And no doubt they'll be looking at that now. Remember, Gary Stone will have played the extra game, remember there, but at least it gives him a shout. And for the first time, in one of those qualifying positions, if he can. But Adams is looking good here.
41.
Yeah, typical response we expect from Martin. Not the kind of player that dwells on missed opportunities.
Yeah, I wish I had that attitude when I played last week where very little expectations and what will be, will be.
100.
I always feel if you didn't have any expectation, then you have a reason to have an expectation.
100.
I think that
Martin, you require 82.
release of Stone could be smoother. Certainly feeling it tonight. 68 points left here.
I was only ever nervous if I thought I could win.
Yeah, it's a bit like a boxer when he's been
66.
punched on the nose. All of a sudden,
Gary
those
require
nerves go when you're
120.
either getting beat or don't have the expectations. Well, it was a special finish in the opening match for Stone. Can he find the treble here? Yes, he can.
Well,
Gary
that
He's finding
Stone,
ways,
the
isn't he?
second
yeah,
leg.
that second dart
Gary
deserved
Stone.
the double to go in because it was an absolutely
Feeling it's Gary to throw
outstanding
first. Game
dart
on.
to find the treble 20 just to the left of that blocker dart.
Yeah, we put that stat up in his first game, 3 from 3 going into his winning leg.
140.
It's not what you'd expect with Gary Stone. If Gary Stone's going to have a wobble, it's usually on the doubles. So far, they have been immaculate.
100. 100.
New favourite term of naming them darts, the spring onion. Copyright, Chris Mason.
Sure, if they're both in it, I think it's in the treble. Treble one, yeah.
123.
Battling hard here. Trying to hang on to the coattails of Gary Stone.
55.
You're going to miss that first dart. I didn't want to put the mockers on it.
100.
If you're going to miss with your first dart, that first one was lovely. Martin Adams is playing lovely here. I know he's 2-0 down. He's averaging 100. He could very easily be 2-0 up.
42.
You say you can sometimes almost get a feel it maybe someone's night, and although it was a brilliant 158 against John
42.
Worsley, he
Gary
felt at
require
times Worsley was the
164.
far superior player in that little contest.
That'll be a good contest up next. Worsley and Van der Horst. He could be the surprise prize. I was asked by Henry
96. Martin, you've got 136.
and Van der Horst still qualifying. I said, if he plays like he did last night, then no.
Oh, and you were right to say no. He averaged 73, 78, 78, 89 and 79. Sorry, and 89. He averaged
41.
79,
Gary
95 for the
requires
night.
68.
You don't feel at that level it's going to be enough. And his previous day on the Wednesday, he only averaged
Game shot
in the low 80s, and that's another cracking
Gary
little
Stone.
finish. But Gary Stone, he really is making an assault on the top end of this table.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
He's eroding away that leg difference advantage that Martin had prior to this game. He was on 6 points plus 5.
And he's eroding away that negativity that was surrounding Gary Stone last night. It wasn't
66.
pleasant to watch because he's one of those players with his heart on his sleeve. A bit of a little break after this match as well,
41.
because
Yes.
job well done, and I think he can then go away Next game is against Van der Horst. He'll fancy that task. If you could get through the first 2 games, have a little break. But so far, so good for
125.
Gary Stone. He's not at his brilliant best.
87.
And still ticking along with a 92 average. His problem is he's only had 2 attempts at a double. Gary Stone with just 3, but he's 3 from 3.
If I'm harping on about the same
68.
thing, I apologise, but that's what's coming to Martin's game. That's the only thing I can see different from standing behind him 9 years ago at Lakeside. That lateral drift into the 5 and 1 is
45.
that's only in the past year or two.
$140.
Lovely to see.
$60. Martin, you've acquired 102.
Time on his side this time. Gary won't be too concerned. He knows he will have the darts in leg 5 and 7. Double 16.
70.
Yeah, I don't think you ever lose that area around the treble 20 bed. I think Martin just give him a dart at double 16. You know what was going in.
180. Martin, you've acquired 32. Game shot on the 4th.
Super stuff.
Martin
Talked
Adams.
himself into that one.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Wolfie camp.
100.
Yeah, we were talking about the Euro 2s earlier. Euro Tour earlier. Bongo cam, kiss cam. What else was that?
Karaoke camp.
83.
Menzies cam.
58.
To reach the first
60.
real big moments in this match now, and its pace has just been taken out of it.
Yeah, reading my mind once again, Miss. I thought these are the most important 3 darts for Gary Stoney. I think he just seemed to have a couple of more seconds, and whether the pace slowed down from Martin there, he grabbed it with both hands.
$80.
171, please. 171, please.
131.
You nearly got me. Eh?
Did he think he needed 73? And even then, a 33 for tops is... Oh, new one on me.
76. Gary requires 72.
Yeah, he needed 2 wins out of 2, did Gary? And he's a dart away from that.
32.
First dart. He's missed a double in this match. Just a little look over to see Adam Scott. He'll be back.
Yeah, this one is
40.
pretty much
Gary requires
done
40.
and dusted.
Two wins out of 2.
Match.
Gary Stone
Gary
knew what he had to do in his
Stone.
opening 2 games. It wasn't at his blistering best, but that's nice to see once again. A big hug from both. And that negativity surrounding Gary Stone appears to have gone. He's back in the running in this Group B campaign. I think Adam showed enough there to say He's got plenty to offer in this competition. It's warming up so nicely. Please stay with us. And next up, it's Michelle van der Horst against John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Gary Stone continued a scintillating night, getting the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. So, job done so far, so good. 2 wins from 2. John Worsley is now the man on the back burner. You get the sense he's going to have to get the better of Michelle van der Horst in this 4th match of the evening. This is crucial. Both these players on 4 points respectively in the league table after van der Horst got the better of Matthew Edgar. And watching this one down in the commentary box, Chris Mason's alongside Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, the table is fascinating. Myself and Glenn are just looking at the live table right now, and, well, it's a bit of a minefield, Glenn.
Yes, staggering. I was just trying to get the narrative for this match in. Quite simply, whoever wins this game
First leg, it's Michelle to
joins
throw
3 others
first.
before out of the
Game
5 players
on.
on 6 points. The loser of this game will be bottom of the table on 4 points. It couldn't be any tighter. Going into yesterday in Group 8, they played each other 3 times, and the man in your picture won all 3 contests,
80.
despite only throwing 2 darts most of the time. But yesterday, John Worsley, he'd lost 2 games in this Group B campaign, put a terrific performance on against Michelle van der Horst. So it's 3-1 to Michelle in the head-to-head.
140.
But it's John Worsley that won the game 24 hours ago.
Yes, and John won this one comprehensively 4-1 with
137.
his highest average of the night, 91.85. Despite, this is how good he was in this one, he missed 11 darts at a double. Still averaged nearly 92.
140.
Yes, he scores for fun, doesn't he, John Worsley?
Yeah, if he gets every element of his game right, that's why we've seen him average over, well, nearly 94 for an entire
99.
session.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting the dart out on Monday. And I'm just thinking there's players here like John Worsley where they're not practicing an awful lot now, but there were real glimpses this week. I wonder if it's given him the real He's out to find an hour a day. I mean, he works in a pub, so surely he's got plenty of time to do it.
42.
Wasn't there an American wrestler called IRS? Every time I see him, I'm just thinking of him.
120.
Another bounce out.
You're
This is
sat next to the wrong person. You must have mistaken me for Nico or Matt Edgar, because they both like their male.
I've got a real passion for
41.
The Simpsons. Do you like The Simpsons?
Show you required 65.
We're struggling. We're struggling.
I'm a grown up of sorts.
2 bounce outs in this leg for Van der Horst, but he's first to a double. And I tell you what, that 25 I thought was going to bounce out.
45.
Tickles the
Number
wire.
138.
Yeah, I'm not a person for watching oiled up men in leotards, to be honest. But whatever floats your boat.
43. Michelle, you required 20. Game shot on the
That's
first leg.
Clean as a whistle if you
Michel
smell
van der
what Van der
Horst.
Horst is cooking.
Second leg is
Well,
John to
it's
throw
a 16
first.
darter, but really
Game
it was a 14.
Has to be addressed, that bounce out thing, whether it's the throw, the points, the...
I think it's the balance of the dart person, and well, it's a combination of
135.
possibly you may need to just tweak something to try and get the dart to go through the air cleaner. Thus, it's quite simple.
59.
If you had an arrow and you threw it flat, got no aerodynamic qualities, and if it eventually sort of gets into an aerodynamic position, by the time it's got in that position, there's very little energy
92.
left.
Have a look at the grip here, Mace. Just the grip, not the throw. What does that remind you of?
Yeah, it does remind me of somebody.
I've only realised 4 or 5 days
67.
into it, but whether you can say what you're talking about, Glenn, but all of a
Yeah,
sudden
no,
I'm seeing Barney.
Yeah, a little bit. I want to see the Michel van der Horst throw from behind, so I can
58.
see the flight of the dart. I want to see how much weep and wibble there is in the air, because I should imagine it goes up and comes back down and then tries to straighten up. Sometimes it's in that
100.
straightening up position as it's entering the board.
Isn't it a weep and wibble a womble?
Well, we can
83.
make up words. Then we've got a microphone.
See that slight rotation when he lets go of the dart, as well as if he's coming at us with
59.
the shoulder.
Johnny require
Yeah, well, that's where he is
133.
trying to generate some extra energy, some extra impetus.
Looking good for Worsley here. 53 points left.
93.
I think Michel can do about it.
What? 180.
Apart from that,
Johnny require 40.
His 26th 180 of the week.
Game shot on the second leg. John Worsley.
Tight, tight, tight. The league table is incredibly congested. This match is close,
Then against Michelle to throw first.
just as we love it.
Game
Here's
on.
the angle we were talking about with the flight. I think because he's smaller as well. 'Cause I think what we were
134.
thinking there was going to be really flat. He is generating some height because he's only...
I was expecting it to sort of leave the hand pointing up, then point down. No, leave the hand pointing down, then point up,
140.
and then start to sort of reach its trajectory. Yeah, there's loads of.
3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, so that's taking effectively that dart's aerodynamic quality is
93.
0. Hence why when we talk about these things, it's imperative that the not only balance of the dart is right, the stem and flight combination
100.
suits.
And there's so much technology out there that dart manufacturers are offering people time to throw various darts, stems, points, flights.
I mean, Dennis Priestley's almost looked like they were going to do a backflip, but
140.
ultimately they straightened up in the sort of middle part of its airtime.
60.
Yeah, the
Johnny
slow-mo
McCoy,
element.
134.
Incredible
Well,
what a dart does.
Yeah, that's what I've done in coaching. I developed a little bit of software that would allow me to film a player in 360 degrees and then
94.
slow every little individual element down so I could see the weep, the release, the opening of the hand, the direction of the fingers upon release. And then worked on the player,
140.
did exactly
Johnny
the same
McCoy,
thing
40.
and played them side by side. And I think it's easier to understand when you can physically see what you're trying to explain.
It's hard to
30.
explain how many times he's missed tops,
Johnny
tens
McCoy,
and fives with that
64.
wry smile. That's not for the first time this week for Van der Horst.
Well, if I had a tenner for every time he's done, we'd have had a good night out, Glenn.
Double checking, it's 47. Remember, this was for a breaker throw, so big dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Look at the reaction there from
Worsley.
him. He knows the importance of that. Van der Horst is playing very, very nicely today. But that Achilles heel with 3 darts in his
Well,
hand.
it's John
Had
to
a
throw
double.
first. Game on.
Come back to haunt him a little bit.
$140.
Worsley starting to piling the big scores himself now. He's averaging tidy enough. Well, they're both averaging 95 prior to that max. Which is his second. He's only hit 140. Worsley in that column is at 5 140s and he's 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Yeah, his 4th of the night. Van der Horst, 27th of the week. He's
134.
definitely one of his key successes.
87.
I think he's a match for anybody, and he'll know what he'll have to work on when he gets back to Holland.
And he have plenty of footage to look over. He probably wouldn't have had that opportunity
96.
from when he played. Well, since from when he played in the Slam, I would have thought.
$72.
Yeah, very unlucky
Johnny
with the
McCoy,
second dart there.
131. $57.
Lucky to leave a bogey number here, did Michelle. Worsley looking good for a big 3-1 lead.
41. Johnny McCoy, 74.
We got a dart at tops. A little nod from Michelle Van der Horst. I think he knows what's coming.
Game shot on the
That.
fourth leg. John Worsley.
And the little fist pump to boot. What does it mean for John Worsley victory in this match?
Fifth leg, it's Michelle to throw first.
Oh, Gary
Game
Stone there, as you can see. That disastrous day last night means his leg difference has to be taken into consideration as well.
Well, if Worsley wins this particular leg, he
43.
will be into second position. Leg difference.
Well, we used to get the reaction next door because the players area was
94.
very close to the comms box and you could hear some oohs and ahs when the live tables were going up.
Gary Stone versus Matt Edgar could be very interesting. That's match number
60.
Yeah, it's not job done yet for Gary Stone because of that leg difference. You know, Adams and Edgar still in prime position. Pardon the pun.
$95. $45.
So just all of a sudden, realisation that John Worsley's taken firm control here. Can he find one of his trebles? That's awkward because he doesn't like the dart
43.
above the treble 20. Van der Horst, round about 90 behind.
Leg, he has to win.
60.
And only 60. So a real chance for John Worsley to put some distance between himself and Michel.
116.
I have to say it was a bit of a grueler, the Group C today. That I won't lie. Potential winner in Colin McGarry, I feel. Really enjoyable Group B.
140. Johnny River 153.
Beautiful start. Double check it's 74. He likes the treble 14 route on this.
93. Johnny River
very close.
153.
60, 57, 36.
Did have a 170 to begin the week. Like I said, his board
Where
management
is
and his
he?
finishing's not great. I don't think he's got this right. He got there in the end.
133.
And that
Johnny
is,
River
for me,
60.
not like a match practice, but a chance
Yeah.
for Worsley. It's perfect for the way he likes 60. John Worsley
Game, shot, and
moves
the match.
with
John
the rest of the players on 6
Worsley.
points. This is a really close fight for Group B, and absolutely no problem in celebrating there, John, because you knew the importance of it. And once again, great sportsmanship, magnanimous in defeat there, Michelle. 4 out of the 5 players now are on 6 points. They're deep in conversation there. Lots of respect. Look at that. Hardly anything to separate them. The one thing I can see, 1 from 6 on the outer ring for Van der Horst, 4 from 5 from Worsley. He's impressive. He is right in the mix. Another big game. They keep on coming. It's first versus second. It's Martin Adams versus Matthew Edgar.
Well, this is getting interesting at the MODUS Super Series 4 players tied on 6 points. They're at the top of the table. And 2 of them are going head-to-head here. Martin Wolfie-Adams could be the first player to move on to 8 points. But in his way is Matthew Edgar, both looking to recover from opening defeats to kickstart their night. How are they going to do in Game 2? Let's find out. Chris and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, an intriguing little tussle, this one. And both will be desperate for a win. Last night, Matt got the better of Martin. 4-3.
First leg,
There
it's
was
Martin
30
to throw
darts
first.
at a double between them.
Game
7
on.
hit. And Martin will probably feel a little aggrieved at the end of that one.
Yeah, Martin went into a little lead in that game, but fair play to Edgar. He did fight back in this one.
97.
After the opening games, both are searching for their first win tonight.
57.
In their opening matches, was defeated by a very good Michelle, it has to be said, who averaged 97.75. Matt was only edged out 4-3 in the end, but 78.64.
100.
Martin, he was beaten 4-1 by a very impressive Gary Stone, but he averaged 86.34.
43.
One thing we can't ignore from last night was the difference in quality for Martin in between matches 1 and 2.
60.
They were night and day performances.
Yeah, slow start tonight from Edgar. That'll be concerning.
60.
Yeah, because if he does get through tonight, you cannot afford a slow start on finals night.
Yeah, I think he'll kick in from there. I think he's just searching for that one win.
Well, you mentioned the lateral drift. I can only presume that that's just come out of the grip.
Yeah, the grip plays a big part of that as well. That was a almost perfect dart there for Edgar.
95.
The ideal grip shouldn't be tight. The dart should just be resting in that grip. Almost resting in it, isn't it?
Caressing the dart.
Correct.
95. 45. Martin, you require 97.
Level 18 the shot for double 12.
73.
Oh, this has been steady away from Martin.
81. Martin, you
just
require
not
24.
Settled as yet in this match. It is only on throw and leg 1.
Yeah, 1 from 5 on the outer ring for Adams in the first match.
Game shot in the first leg.
So good on his doubles in his
Martin
pomp.
Adams.
Yeah, I can remember our match at
Second
Lakeside.
leg is
And
Matthew to throw first.
just
Game
at the
on.
one point where I thought, I've got you in the tiebreaker in the last set, he takes out a 160.
41.
I didn't even know what to think.
Yeah, mine was a double 8 where he had to move right across the stage, and he didn't often celebrate. I have a fantastic photo of me sinking to my knees type thing and him screaming to the crowd.
93.
Anniversary today, of course, of Stephen Bunting's win at Lakeside. Was it 10 years ago?
Oh, he was so good then couple of years.
96.
Won
last
the
couple of years in the
Winmore as
video.
well, didn't he?
I think he dropped a set, was it?
No. Beat Alan Norris in the final.
Sunning himself in Cape Verde. Oh, hey, Verde.
Ah, now I know where he's on about.
140. 160.
Oh, it was some holiday camp in the Wirral I'd never heard of.
Yeah, I did at first.
Tell you what, the weather looks champion though, doesn't it? The only thing that give it away between that and the Wirral.
68. 60.
I heard two Scousers talking to each other earlier, and one of them
40.
said, "There's just been a fire at Tesco."
Asda.
No, Tesco.
58. Martin, you require 160.
Got a 2-0 lead.
Just talking about the 160, I thought it was going to come back to haunt me.
Yeah, good shout.
100.
He'll take that, though.
Matthew, you
I don't
require
even think he went for a treble
130.
there, you know. Didn't want to complicate things.
Bullseye.
83.
Oh, what a dart that was.
Martin, you require 60.
Find the treble 20 and dart 2.
Yeah, you openly admitted the nerves today, Matthew Edgar. Today couldn't have started really any worse if this tops goes.
Game shot on the
It goes,
second.
it does.
He's only nervous because he
Martin
thinks he can win.
Adams.
That's a good thing. They're good nerves.
Furler gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
He's absolutely rapid, is Matthew Edgar. I didn't realise how quick he was. For the past couple of deep in thought. 2-0 down to Adams yesterday, remember, so maybe that's what he was thinking about there. No panic.
123. 32. 100.
Difficult moments here for Edgar, and he knows it.
Yeah, long way behind. A long way back from 3 now.
He's the king of the
100.
mind games is Matthew Edgar, and what he did yesterday to Gary Stone was he said, "Gary, you wanted for the interview, and you know this cold, horrible room down the bottom here." And Gary Stone was stood there about 10 minutes and, well, where are they? There was no interview.
100.
He plays him soon.
Maybe no interview. He'd have had no teeth if he'd have pulled that one with me.
60.
'Could stay there. No reason to move.
And he loves
83.
double 19. He left it enough last night, didn't he?
Yeah. Something's got to happen to Edgar. I mean, 309, you would expect him to start in the
60.
19s.
Martin, you require 95.
They say at the moment, not settled. Still time. Remember, John Worsley responded with his final 2 matches of the night, and Matt will be playing Gary Stone and John Worsley.
81.
Width of a wire there. He has left a bit of a stinker in double 7. Nothing that Matthew can do.
100.
Little bit of a
Martin,
saviour.
you require 14.
Just in case.
Game shot on the
One thing
third
about Martin
leg.
Adams, it doesn't
Martin
matter
Adams.
which double. You could say double 7's a bit of a stinker. He would say, but it's the same size as double 16 and same size as double
Fourth leg,
top.
it's Matthew to throw
I'm
first.
sure you have played in the British pentathlon, which uses pretty much all of the board.
Once and never again, mate.
Yeah.
93.
Yeah, it is horrendous. Martin's won it. I think he's won it double figures times, hasn't he, or something? He has an absolutely remarkable record there, as does John Lowe.
41.
3 of them are beautiful throws.
81.
Yeah, honestly, I had to play in the England Open the next day. I just couldn't lift my arm. It was that tough on the body.
Actually played in a version down in Plymouth.
100.
Sam Hawkins, is that one?
Yeah, with my pal Jeff Williams, and the video sanctioned it.
99.
I think I broke pretty much every record that there was in it, and it wouldn't stand. They decided that it wasn't sanctioned, fortunately, but it was one of the most incredible day of darts for me.
100. $60.
Could have stood backwards at the hockey and threw them over my head, and they'd have still gone in.
Yep. We all got days like that. Matthew is going through it at the moment. But nothing coming back at the moment from Martin Adams.
44.
It's the stage where you're just not thinking.
100.
He's been saved by that last dart a couple of times here. Edgar, he can get back in this match. Adams is only averaging 81 at the moment.
Yeah, Matt's main concern so far is the lack of darts at a double. He's only had one in 3 legs.
140.
Now there's pressure on the
Matthew, you're required
68 just to save the game.
Yes, he hit this yesterday in 2 darts. He's going to need the third this time.
Game shot
Brilliant.
the 4th
Bang in the
leg.
middle.
Matthew Edgar. If they get Martin to throw
Disheartened. He
first.
looks more
Game on.
in deep thought.
Bamboozled.
Very much like Gary Stone was yesterday.
Won't like that first dart when he looks up.
140. $55.
Definitely advantage Adams at the moment.
Would be with another treble.
140.
Back-to-back 140s.
It just, much as Edgar's a big part of our team here, it's just
45.
so nice to see Martin Adams playing like this. Like I said, 8 points. We thought this today could be enough because it's so congested. Putting himself in a terrific position. Be the first player to go to that 8 points.
Yeah, and he's
85.
getting those legs back.
$100. Martin, you've got 136.
Six darts. He should go at the 19s, but Martin doesn't switch from that treble 20. He'd rather use that angle for that reason.
When you can do that, you don't need to switch, I suppose, is his
96.
mindset. I mean, he is very tall. So what we would normally see, Glenn, he has a different look, doesn't he?
134. Martin, you require 40.
Has his own rules, Martin Adams. Worked for many, many years.
$30. Matthew, you require 167.
Frustrating. Not been able to close the match out at the first opportunity.
72. Martin,
Yeah,
you
it was a
require
scruffy
10.
last start because
Yeah.
Adams won't fancy this 10. He'll go for a direct.
Game shot.
What do I
and the
know?
match.
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
darts from
Adams.
Martin Adams. It was a pretty dominant display there from Martin. Plenty of food for thought from Matthew Edgar. Tonight has not started how we wanted to, but it's so tight. One win can make a big difference. He looks cool, he looks calm, he looks collected, does Martin. And that was a terrific performance there. Like I said, he was a comfortable winner. Matthew Edgar just really didn't start very well, and Adams leads 4-1. He moves to 8 points as we move to another big game. They're all big games at the moment. It's Gary Stone versus Michelle van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are midway through our evening action here in Group B, where before the break we saw Martin Adams get the better of Matthew Edgar by 4 legs. While Glenn Darwin is alongside me here backstage to talk all about it. First of all, let's have a look at the results from this evening so far, to wrap up what we have seen thus far. Good night for Gary Stone. We said he needed to get a couple of wins off the bat. He's done exactly that, getting the better of John Worsley and Martin Adams, respectively. But elsewhere, it is very, very tight indeed.
Yeah, the story was, can Gary Stone win 2 of them first 3 games? Job done for Michel van der Horst. He was bottom of the table. Need to win the opening 2 games. At times, he's looked good. Martin Adams, that was a very big victory. And just John Worsley, for me, has been outstanding today. But the big disappointment has been Matthew Edgar. He'll be a little bit nervous right now.
He will be. But let's talk a little bit more about Gary Stone, because he said tonight had to be a big night for him. It has been so far, and he's delivered in moments as well.
Yeah, that's all. Only moments. Like I said, he's not at his brilliant, sparkling best. In fact, in his opening game, he looked a little bit nervy and shaky. This is a different type of Gary Stone. But I tell you what, I'll give him an A-star for his finishing tonight. It's been masterful.
It most certainly has. Elsewhere, that race is certainly bunching up. That win for Martin Adams against Matt Edgar, that could be the one that gets him over the line.
Because it's so tight. I mean, they all seem to be beating each other. It's really close. We felt that 8 points could be enough. I think Martin Adams will want an extra 2 points there. We'll keep everybody updated with all the permutations. But literally, when your game's up there, you've got to win it right now.
Yeah, let's talk about John Worsley, because it has been a bit of a mix and match type of night. But the levels of performance, we thought that he played well tonight, and we've seen that so far.
Yeah, on Monday he was averaging over 93 for the day as well. He's a very, very talented player, John Worsley. He's an incredibly big scorer. And when he hits these doubles, like it, under difficult circumstances against Van der Horst, it was brilliant in his opening game. But John Worsley, job well done. He was unlucky in his opening game against Gary Stone. He was the better player, despite the fact that he came out with the defeat. But these types of finishes have been really, really good for him. And he's right in the mix.
He most certainly is. As far as Michel van der Horst is concerned, is he struggling to put a couple of wins together? Or a couple of results?
Yeah, that's the problem with him. He's actually been a lot better than last night, but God, the bounce outs are unbelievable. There could be a problem in the end there. It looks like he's just going to miss out, but he is definitely playing better. He could play that spoiler role.
You most certainly could. Right, let's have a look at the table then. At the halfway point of the night, Adams on 8, Worsley, Edgar and Stone all on 6, all to play for. Van der Horst on 4 points respective. That is how the table looks at the halfway stage. Remember, top 3 players going through to tomorrow night's final. Well, let's just quickly pause from this week's action for now and tell you what's going to happen next week here at the Super Series, because the defending champion Jim McEwen has got a second opportunity to retain his title. He's going to be part of the Group B action alongside 2 stalwarts of the game in Wayne Jones, Antonio Shea. Group A is going to be headlined by the 4 times women's world champion Lisa Ashton and Moreno Michels, who lost out to Jim McEwen in the jackpot match. He may get his chance of revenge against Jim McEwen maybe later on in the week. JT Davis from America in there, as well as 3 ADC qualifiers at the bottom of the bracket. And as far as Group C is concerned, we've got 2 former world finalists in Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Payton. And it feels like a week next week where we're going to be reminiscing down memory lane.
Yeah, it's very, very winnable. And there's that real mixture there of experience and youth as well. I'm looking forward to seeing JT Davis. Marino Michaels never got any headlines, despite the fact of that incredible run last time. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays. Jim McEwen's going to get the headlines. I didn't mention, obviously, Kevin Payton. I didn't mention Mark Dudbridge, and I've been following him at Q School this week. He looks in great shape and working hard, and obviously I think his number 1 priority could be the seniors. He could be a surprise next week.
9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV to see that action upon us. Right, the action's about to continue. Gary Stone against Michel van der Horst. The games get bigger for Michel. This is kind of last chance saloon for him, isn't it?
Yeah, you feel that. He's the one who's just detached slightly. It feels like a must-win for him. But for Gary Stone as well, because of the legs difference, a must-win for both.
Right, let's get it on. Glenn's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yeah, all the games now are going to have something on them. This one is big for both. All the players with 2 games to play all have the opportunity to accumulate 4 more points. Martin Adams obviously in pole position, already on 8. Van der Horst can get to 8. He's currently on 4. win for Gary Stone. And he goes from 4th to 2nd. And pushes Worsley and Edgar down a spot. It is
First
fascinating,
leg,
Glenn.
it's Gary to throw
Yes,
first.
I do like a good Group B.
Game on.
And it's as tight as the comb, and like I said, we're saying it's a must-win for Michel van der Horst. I think it's just a must-win for Gary Stone as well. What's interesting for Gary, the last
58.
time he was just pinging 90-plus averages for fun and was rooted to the bottom of the table. He's nowhere near his brilliant best at the moment, but he's demonstrating real fighting qualities and incredible precision on the doubles as well.
100.
But it's the unpredictability of Van der Horst. As he got Gary Stone at the right time. This is more of a 50-50 game than I thought yesterday.
100.
Been impressed with Michel so far this evening.
99.
On his opener, that lovely 97.75, and he played very well in defeat to John Worsley. Averaged 91.5.
180.
We're seeing a different version of Gary Stone this evening.
Yeah, seen a better version from Michel van der Horst as well. I'm very wary that
60.
and unpredictability that he's got, but Gary Stone just got to focus on what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's got some momentum here, Gary Stone. He's 2 from 2
57.
after a disastrous night last night that saw him pick up just the 1 win. When you're slightly unsure of where you are, Michel's a nightmare to play because he just springs a surprise from
100.
what feels
Gary
like
Maguire,
absolutely nowhere.
106.
Yeah, it's a good attribute to have for Michel. Gary Stone's finishing has been the highlight tonight. It gets to a stage where you just see a finish like this and you really fancy it. Not going to be this time, but what a cracking last
98.
start.
Michel, you reckon
He's doing the basics and
142.
fundamentals very, very well.
$60. Gary require 8.
To hold. This positivity, Gary.
Yeah,
Game
he
shown
said,
the
come on,
first
every
leg.
single dart there.
Gary Stone.
So much better than the blind 180s and the shaking of the head. I'm just surrounded by negativity.
So
like
like
I
it's
said,
Michel to
what to
throw
be more
first.
pleased about
Game on.
here. He knows there's a few more gears to go from here, but he's just winning with that B game at the moment. That's a nice feeling to have. Save your A game for tomorrow.
Yeah, he knows
60.
the skills he possesses, and sometimes he just tries too hard to show those skills, maybe.
99.
Well, let's be honest with you. If you're sat bottom of the table coming in tonight, you can understand that you're going to be nervous, you're going to be jittery. A win here. I mean, you can just see in the in-play table now.
135.
What's the second place?
Started from the bottom, and now we're here.
44.
The joint top.
Hey, 11-2 to top the group. On it tonight.
Was 2-7 favourite to win this one, which is
58.
a little ambitious.
I think it's a closer game than that for many
Yep.
reasons.
I know it was a
140.
slightly different version of Michel last night. But he did get the better of Gary comprehensively 4-0.
140.
Can't be ignored.
I thought it was the obligatory 180 there for Michel.
128.
Set up play
Jerry
A
Maguire,
plus again,
108.
Gary Stone. And Michel. I like this version of him. Looked really cool and calm tonight.
Game shot in the
Beautiful.
second leg. Michel van der Horst.
That's about the most you're going to get from Michel in ways of celebration, that's for
I think
sure.
it's
He
Gary to
looks
throw
at Gary
first.
there, but
Game on.
no response. Just sense, Mace, there's a good feel in that group. See, I think they're all getting on with
58.
each other, probably winding each other up, but Must be so much talk regarding the league table right now.
140.
And the horse did win this match. Gary Stone goes bottom again, despite the fact it's been an ideal day. So
134.
and if he wins it, he goes second. That's how tight it is. Well, there's not a match
190.
without Michelle hitting a 180, that's for sure. Once again, Michelle van der Horst is averaging over 100.
96.
Loves them. And he's threatening to break the Gary Stone throw. It's a beautiful adjustment.
99.
Yeah, and I like the bullseye with the last start there. But 82 is a favourable finish.
$139. Show you require 82.
These are the types of finishes dart players really enjoy. Going to get a dart that tops your feel. He hit it with one dart in the previous leg. Gary Stone is virtually giving him it.
62. Gary requires 74.
Could be 13s now. He's realising he's not going to get a dart the double unless he can hit the treble. Could be a bullseye finish. It's double 12.
62.
Oh, you could hear how close it was.
Michelle, you
Clicked
require
and
20.
clicked off of the wire. Plenty of practice up here.
10.
Just doesn't hit double 5.
No,
Gary require 12.
Charmed life tonight, Gary Stone. You've still got to hit it.
Game shot on the third leg.
and you can see how
Gary
important it is.
Stone.
That was a dodgy moment for Gary Stone, and just getting a little bit of the rub
Fourth
this
against
evening,
Michelle
where
to throw
last night he got
first.
absolutely
on.
nothing.
Yeah, it's a fist pump because he knows what it means, victory here. 8 points is a lovely place. You play Matt Edgar, a game that you identified. Could be really crucial. I'm not going to write off Van der Horst because I think he's playing
30.
lovely tonight. He's maybe fallen at the last hurdle for whatever reason.
And at the start of this leg, prior to that 30, he was averaging
123.
95. The Gary Stone's 90.
$100. 60. 96. 60.
Chance for Van der Horst again. Just sense that he's right in the mix here. Feel he's playing with more freedom. Of course.
140.
Not the players' miss. They're just taking time to take stock. But he's feeling it.
80.
Yeah, there's a
Shall we
whole
record
heap more
135?
focus and attention to detail this evening.
But not necessarily from this guy. He looks like he's the one who's carefree.
Shouldn't be going
41.
for the ball on 135.
His board management is very poor, actually. Might be too strong of a word, but it could be better. But I tell you what, the setup plays saving Gary Stone here.
138.
His doubles in the first
Joey
two
Rockwell,
matches were
94.
exemplary. His setup play in this match could be his saviour. The unpredictable 94 finish for Michael van der Horst. 89. Wow, he's got up a treble 20 on 94. Go figure.
78. Gary require 40. Game shot on the
Wow.
4 flag.
What
Gary Stone.
bottle that is from Gary Stone. When you're not at your best, Mason, you can still be taking out doubles like that, winning
5th leg,
games
it's
where...
Gary to throw
Has he been
first.
second best in the
Game
majority
on.
tonight?
Yep. And that's the difference when getting a little bit of good fortune rather than a little bit of bad luck. Last night they just wouldn't go
85.
between the wires. Tonight he can do very little wrong.
$125. $91.
Van der Horst can only finish on 6 points. He does lose this game.
Whoa!
say if he loses this game.
Seen him win plenty from this position.
40.
I've never seen Gary Stone scramble around like this.
I think, and I mean this with all the respect in the world, you
44.
see a visit like that, and you're playing against a guy like this, and I've done it myself back in the day, and you think, I just can't lose to this guy. And then all of a sudden, you'll just have a sequence of 6 starts that leaves you scratching your head.
140. We show you back on 152.
Gary Stone trying to get that adrenaline, that controlled anger in his body.
100.
It's a
Gary
fantastic
Maguire,
last start.
145.
And the horse goes from throwing like Dave down the pub to Dave Whitcomb in a matter of
83.
2 visits.
We show
Could
you
have said
back on
Dave Chisnell.
52.
Oh, come on.
I don't
43.
think double 18's been his go-to double.
Gary required 62.
Some of his decisions making, but Gary Stone somehow has got a dart for the match. And he gets
Game
it.
shot
Gary
and the
Stone.
match.
I tell you
Gary
what, you haven't been
Stone.
anywhere near your brilliant best, but 3 wins out of 3. Michel van der Horst at times tonight has demonstrated that he could have comfortably qualified from this group, but he sat a little bit detached from the rest of them now. Looking at the numbers there, you would think Michel van der Horst would be happy, but once again, his Achilles heels is his checkout ratio. Gary Stone moves into a qualifying position as we move on to the next game. It's Martin Adams against John Worsley.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Gary Stone is kind of playing to his namesake, isn't he? Proving a lot as he gets the better of Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to want to make it 3 wins from 3 and to keep himself very much in the hunt. Well, Martin Adams can move himself on to 10 points if he can get the better of John Worsley in this one. If Adams wins this game, then John Worsley cannot catch him. Watching this one. Down in comms is Chris and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I think priority for John Worsley is
First
just
leg, it's Martin
to win
throw
this
first.
game, and then it could
Game
well just come
on.
down to a straight shootout between himself and Matt Eggert.
Yeah, my mind is going to the Gary Stone Edgar match. That
Yeah.
could be a real decider as well.
100.
John Worsley's got his own job to do here against Martin.
I think Edgar's issue may be the leg difference. Currently on -2. Everybody in above him is in the black. +2, +1,
99.
+5. Martin Adams on +5. Hence he's top. Gary Stone 8 points +1. John Worsley 6 points +2.
57.
They really would open things up for a real grand finale.
'83. '81.
I have to say, it was a comprehensive victory for Martin Adams over John Worsley yesterday.
Yeah, he
180.
very much like Michel, he never looked settled playing Martin, did he? There's definitely a different version of John Worsley in that tie.
He's ultra focused at the
43.
moment, is
Gonna
Worsley.
require
I've been
139.
very impressed with him tonight.
Well, very much like Gary Stone, he just looks ultimately switched right on. 62 left, 77 scored.
87.
I think Gary will be surprised he's won 3 out of 3, whereas Worsley, I think he's happy the way he's dealing with the situation. And you've got Matthew Edgar in that plays. It was the king of the permutations. He'll know exactly what's
55.
going on, letting people know.
52.
He might be using that to his advantage.
Probably. That's how he rolls.
Game shot in the first leg.
Super stuff.
John
14
Worsley.
data.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
If we look at the in-play table, if Matthew Edgar is watching this, for the first time in Group B, he's not in a qualifying position. If John Worsley was to win this game, and look at the leg difference there for John Worsley, if you could beat Martin Adams quite big, 4-2 or better, he actually goes top of the table.
Yeah, and into pole position for qualification.
But that will flip-flop
140.
all over the place. Stay with us, it's going to be an exciting conclusion. Matthew Edgar is up next against Gary Stone, and that'll be the end of Gary Stone. That'll be his 4 games done.
137. $60.
He doesn't like that dart above the treble, so it uses that treble 18 as his plan B. 100 points ahead. He has the dart here, John Worsley, remember. That version of Martin Adams, which he doesn't particularly like at this moment.
82.
I wish he would go down to the 19s more, because I tell you what, they're a fantastic ratio at that. Here comes Worsley.
100. $55. Johnny require 108.
48 left. Tops it is. Been here before.
68. Martin, you require
Not
164.
a million miles away.
I don't know what your thoughts on his black barrel, black flights in this very dark MODUS Super Series stage. Difficult to see the flight path.
60. Johnny
Oh,
require
tops.
40.
For 2 now.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0
John
it is.
Worsley.
Worsley looking very, very good.
Feel like it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
John Worsley in play. Goes top of the table.
Averaging 97 after a couple of legs.
$140. $78.
Fancy for Adams.
Did get a message earlier for somebody asking about our MODUS Super Series website.
123.
We haven't been able to access. Apologies for that. It's actually run by a company that takes the data from us, and they've come across some kind of
31.
IT issue, but it will be corrected ASAP.
Don't forget to give us a follow on social media. We do like the interaction we have with our followers.
Yeah, and over 70% of you currently watching on YouTube are
180.
not subscribed, so do us a favour, just hit that big red button. Only take you 1 second. Subscribe. Hit that bell while you're at it, and we'll send you a notification when not only that we go
41.
live, but
Martin required
when
58.
we add lots of new content.
They're a very smart 11 data. I
Game
have to
shot
say,
the
that came
third
from really
leg.
nowhere. It was a disappointing
Martin
start to this match for
Adams.
Wolfie.
Yeah, 140, 123, 180, 58 in 2.
Fourth leg is John to throw first.
67-year-old still pinging in 11 darters.
7 big troubles in 9 darts. And the 123 was treble one next door.
45.
A poor start to leg 4 from Worsley.
$66.
Table just continues to flip-flop.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Gary Stone can get to 10 points.
83.
Worsley can still get to 10 points. Yeah, it's tight. I mean, I guess that's the motivation here for Martin. He can get to 10 points with just a win here.
80.
All of a sudden, the player struggling now is Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, but he's the one that has the game in hand, doesn't he? He's got 2 to play still.
Yeah, but look who they are, Stone and Worsley.
21.
Good point. Well made.
Being played at a rapid pace, this Group B.
45.
You just sense in this one the pace has dropped just a little. Crucial moments.
Yeah, we've seen the players take a little bit of extra care around these key legs in matches. We've seen it in the
43.
last one.
Well, Worsley's gone very quiet. A 2-0 up. He was averaging mid-90s. Less than a leg and a half.
Well, it was late 90s, wasn't it? 2-0.
He's lost 20 points from somewhere. Just trying to get his focus back there behind, thinking,
45.
don't throw this away now. Both could and should start in the 19s, but they're not.
$85.
Wow.
Now I'd say go up, but he's probably going to stay down.
57.
Just that little look to the heavens. Why did I go that silly way? Go back to the 20s.
128.
Yeah, he just hates that lie above the treble 20, no matter how high. Is he looking good for 3-1 right now?
41. Johnny require 96.
He's a two-darter.
Martin require
Not
167.
particularly happy with that, but he's in a fantastic position here.
$28. Johnny requires 60. $40. Martin require 139.
As we've already seen on 139, Martin opts to start on treble 20. The vast majority start on treble 19.
43.
Huge moment here.
Johnny require 20.
The collie wobbles here.
10. Martin require
I
96.
think we all thought that was it. Martin Adams after 24 darts. Did not expect to come back on this 96 finish. Worsley is fighting with himself there. What's going on? Yeah, shake of the head. He thinks he knows what's coming.
80. Johnny required 10.
It wasn't that. He was expecting that to land straight in the red part, double 8. Oh. Way off, John. Twos never lose.
8.
I mean, this poor performance all of a
Martin
sudden from Wes
requires
has come from
16.
absolutely nowhere. He was 2-0 up and absolutely cruising.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Yeah.
Martin Adams.
No commentary needed.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to
Wesley
throw
just
first.
trying to get his thoughts together.
Game on.
A game of two halves.
$44.
John has got to try and right the wrongs. He won't like that light. I'm amazed he's staying there.
60.
Look at that. That's what you could see.
It's a bit of a panic that he's staying there as well. His mind will be a bit of a mush right now.
Do you think he just doesn't fancy the switch?
Just don't think his mind is thinking correctly and he's just staying on the 20s. I know that feels.
100.
Adams can sense that. Where this has come from Worsley is hard to work out. But as from good to bad as it can go, it can also change from bad to good, and that's what he's got to keep hoping.
Well, that's the beauty of this game, isn't it?
$23.
It's been the poorest game in quality-wise tonight, but also one of the most crucial. Worsley's just beginning to find it again.
140. 100.
Perfect first dart. There'll be an element of disappointment there for Martin. Worsley just needs to move. So he's looking at the left-hand side of the treble 20 bed there.
140.
Beautiful. It's the worst over. He found that fantastic scoring form again.
$85. Johnny requires 60.
For a 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, John Worsley. You started beautifully well. And you look like a beaten man at 2-2.
Sixth leg, it's John.
In between that leg, you found your scoring
Game.
power back. And hit the double with the first dart. Can he see it out?
$43.
Time's a sweet miss. Worsley's played fantastic and lost. He's averaging mid-70s at the moment.
May win.
140.
Strange dynamics of this sport.
See the doubt in his mind as he's throwing.
85.
It's uncertainty, isn't it?
I don't think I've seen so much tension in a group. I think the only man that's not
100.
feeling the tension out of the five of them is that man in your picture right there. I think he's got that attitude of what will be, but the other one, the sucking in the air and breathing out.
125.
Just trying to get rid of that tension out the body.
$140.
Only the one match has gone the distance today.
140. Martin,
About to go the same way. Adams for Stewart will start treble 20. Treble 17, Bull will be the plan. Half of it's achieved.
81.
Could have tops, just in
Johnny
case.
Maguire, 108.
John Worsley would just love to get this game done and dusted here and now. That's okay for him.
55. Martin, you require 40.
Yes, it was the darts in the final leg.
Game shot on the sixth flag. Martin Adams.
Now going the distance.
Seventh and final leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $60. $140.
One moment, Worsley's a big favourite. The next minute, it's Adams with that 140 from Worsley there. He ain't watching the darts here, but it's going to be very tight.
Just continuing
135.
to go back and forth. Their spots are on the live table.
60.
Loves them darts like that, so he'd be disappointed he didn't
Yeah.
get the balance right. Pick a winner from EMS.
Haven't got Scooby-Doo.
60.
And I don't think them two do either.
It's a wonderful dart for him. No shock at all to see a max go in there. after the opening dart.
$100. Drawing number 121.
Remember, this is for the match, a massive 2 points. Must stay focused.
37 left.
Just double check with the referee. Jury thinks it's 47 left.
89.
That is
Martin Require,
always the risk in chasing that
146.
treble.
Not to be for Adams. He will chunter away to himself. John Worsley has been through absolutely everything emotion-wise in this match. He's had the ups. He was cruising at 2-0.
32.
He looked like a beaten man at 2-2. He took advantage on the lead at 3-2. Adams fought back. It's John Worsley that gets to the winning line in the end.
John Worsley.
It wasn't pretty, but probably the most important 2 points of the week so far for John Worsley. What a difference that makes to the league table. Again, they'll chatter. Again, they'll talk about. They're probably saying, what on earth happened during that game? But the big winner was Womble. He moves on to a crucial 8 points. Fantastic to see them just chatting away there. Nothing to separate the numbers. John Worsley that gets over the line, and a huge game coming up next. It's Matthew Edgar against Gary Stone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Things really are getting tense in Group B. Before the break, John Worsley beat Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3, meaning that Adams, Worsley and Stone are all on 8 points. If Matthew Edgar gets the better of Gary here, then there will be 4 players tied on that mark. However, if Stone wins, he's through. That's the equation in comms, Chris and Clem.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, if Gary Stone wins, he moves on to 10 points, and his work here is done. Adams can only get to 10. Worsley can only get to 10. No, sorry, Martin. Yeah, Martin can get to 10. Worsley can get to 10. Edgar,
First leg,
with
it's
2 wins
Matthew
from
to
2,
throw
can get to
first.
10.
Game on.
Yeah, I fear for the loser of this game, even the fact that Matthew Edgar
Well, it
can
depends
still
on
get
the...
to 8. It's the numbers then,
Yeah.
it's the leg difference, which is not looking good for
60.
Edgar.
No, if he does lose here, he needs to make sure it's by the narrowest of margins. Ideally for him,
81.
he gets a win. And last night, the comprehensive win, 4-1 for Gary Stone.
81.
It was a couple of head-to-heads when they've met before tonight. Wins for Matthew Edgar. Just sense the tension.
180.
And the way it's going tonight, forget everything that's gone. It's what's happening in the future here.
82.
Been an astonishing night. I don't think I've ever known a group so tight.
140.
Yeah, I say for the first time, Mace, Stone playing with a little bit of
58.
freedom here.
Gary require 100.
Yeah, and it's showing. Tops are an 11 darter. That's
90.
what it's saying. That leg's there is why me and Glenn rate him so highly.
This leg's not over.
140. Gary required 10.
It is
Game on
now.
the first leg. Gary Stone. Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $100.
Playing with that little bit of pace, though, like with Gary.
Yeah, his throw just looks just a little bit more punchy.
45.
Probably, I don't sense he understands that a loss here would be quite a devastating loss. Looking at the legs difference, it looks like he's playing where, well, it's not the end of the world if I lose this. And
He plays Worsley in the final game of the session. Who
140.
I'm getting a win over Martin Adams.
140.
I think the straightforward scenario is if Gary Stone wins, because that's how it would look.
125. Gary required
10 points would be enough for qualification. It's if he loses, then it gets really, really tight.
87.
Well, it may not be a case of beating Worsley being enough. It may be he has to beat it by a
130.
certain
Gary required
scoreline.
40.
Yeah,
But this
Worsley
is-
could do this man a favour.
Game on the
It
second
looks like
leg.
he's doing his own favours,
Gary
Mess.
Stone.
We've waited for this performance from him.
111 at the moment.
So look, it's Matthew to throw
Stunning
first.
stuff.
$100. 91. 100.
Tell you what, Mace, if Edgar doesn't qualify, I ain't walking home with him.
Oh, please.
100.
He's a good sore loser, is our Edgar TV.
54.
I want him to talk me through these mind games so I don't implement them at the seniors.
99.
They got a table booked.
He's incredibly quick, isn't he? I don't know if he's
100.
It's one or two things, a sign of confidence or concern.
well, there's been no sign of his injury anyway. That's
Yes, that's
positive
one.
for him, and it's positive was his performances last night.
Yeah, there's been no
60.
Sort
Matthew
of.
require 147.
squinting in pain upon release. So that's one thing that will allow him to
90.
put more work
Gary
in.
require 151.
Because obviously he's been restricted.
Well, he's looking good here. Nothing Stone can do on the 151.
91. Matthew require
Leave it
57.
handy, both on a two-darter.
Game shot on the third leg. Matthew Edgar.
Excellent darts from Edgar. Stone was sat very nicely in the way he was playing and been
Fourth leg, it's
finishing
Gary to
tonight.
throw first.
Well, it's
Game
the best he's played all night so far.
I think it's the best they've both played. And would it be interesting if you got the best that Gary Stone's played and he
131.
loses?
on. 83.
Try to replicate the visit of Stone, which is the right way after 80 in 2. He used the
100.
17s, not the 19s.
92.
Obviously, we have the restriction
100.
line there, as you can see, with the carpet. And literally, as he's thrown his last dart.
Very
It's
close to his heels, isn't he?
unbelievable. I didn't realise he was so
43.
quick.
Gary require 170.
Seen him practice with his Edgar Nation. Seen him throw darts and practicing on his own.
134.
It just feels like one of them sessions for him.
140.
It's all well and good
Gary
until you
require
play a Scott
36.
Mitchell.
No score. Matthew require 143.
It's a chance, Matthew. Now it's a big chance. Now it's some chance.
127.
What a shot that would have been.
Gary requires 36.
Could have been a game changer.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Gary Stone.
I think he is actually touching his ankles.
Fifth leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
Interesting.
.42.
This has been a really strong showing from Gary Stone, averaging 100.55, and we're into leg 5.
93. .30.
Yeah, worrying times here for Matthew Edgar. He's walked into Gary Stone's A game. He's just looking good. Even
97.
just the single trebles there, the 97.
Great
100.
last one.
What a fantastic 3 players already confirmed for Saturday night. Now we're moments away of
55.
adding Gary Stone to that list. Who'd have thought that this morning? 11-2 he was to top this group. Fair play
135.
to Edgar. Beautiful rhythm still.
100.
The 3 confirmed. Neil
55.
Duff,
Gary
winner of Group A.
Record,
Conor McGarry,
156.
winner of Group C. Andy Hamilton, runner-up of Group C. Still none the wiser. Who's going to win
45.
this Group B?
Matthew Record,
But we will know
139.
if Gary Stone takes out 111. He would be joining the 3 I've just
44.
mentioned.
Gary require 111.
Yes, he just snapped your hands off it. 9:45 tonight. This is to go through the card. 4 wins out of 4.
91. Matthew, you require 95.
Must hit for Edgar.
The ideal start. Needed the treble 20.
28.
I think that dart
Gary
was
required 20.
kind of resignation.
Gary Stone is
shot
through
on the
to Saturday
match.
night.
Gary
He
Stone.
needed 4 wins out of 4. He gets 4 wins out of 4. At times, he was fighting. He wasn't at his brilliant best. That was a much better performance there for Gary Stone. Forget the averages and look at the reaction. The realisation that he will be there on Saturday night. He had those doubts. Matthew Edgar's got some big moments still to come tonight. It's been a fabulous Group B, but Gary Stone is through. It's the penultimate game of the night. It's Michelle van der Horst versus Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're joined alongside Gary Stone backstage. Gary, congratulations. Through to tomorrow night. But you don't make things easy for yourself, do you?
Oh, it's a hard way. I mean, it's always been the hard way for me. To be fair, usually I'm down here in Group A. I like the early starts. For me, I struggle with the Group B where it's you're sitting and you're in the hotel all day, not much to do, and yeah, I couldn't even put my finger on it. What happened last night? Just one of the nights. You just got to just brush it to the side and start again. So I knew the game with Jonathan was going to be massive. First game was huge. Just getting over the line and that then you can take it for them just one game at a time after that.
But you're almost going into tonight with an every game's a cup final mentality.
Yeah, pretty much, aye. After last night, my bag was packed and I was ready to go. I was just turn up tonight, enjoy it, relax. What will be. And I honestly thought I was going home after last night, and I could not. Honestly, I could not put my finger on what went wrong. I've never played like that down here before, and just one of the things, I suppose.
You say difficulty last night. What do you think changed tonight, though, in comparison to yesterday? Or is that still hard to configure?
No, maybe just a wee bit more focus. I've been seeing a guy up the road, Stuart Robertson. He does well a lot with me, or my mental side of things. We spoke earlier on about just going there fully focused, make sure I was ready, and it's done the trick. It's done the trick.
And into tomorrow night, because of the circumstances of yesterday, you said you're going to enjoy it tonight. Can you enjoy it again tomorrow? Can you feel like you're on a bit of a free roll?
Yeah, of course I can. To me, I'd been halfway up the road, so ever now is just a Brucey bonus in my eyes, so I can turn up tomorrow. I've said this so many times down here. I've hit the crossbar so many times. I've made the Saturdays, I've made the semis. I just can't get that out of that line, so it's just a matter of time, I think. I've just got to relax and just let them go.
And just finally, what does 2024 look like for Gary Stone? We saw you just miss out at the Lakeside at the end of last year. Had some good runs here. Is it a case of kicking on again in the WDF Tour and here at the Super Series?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Last year was about getting points, getting to the latter stages. This year's about winning titles. I want to win titles. I want to go into Q Shield next year with the right mentality. I want to be winning. I'm in winning ways, and hopefully that starts by kicking on this year.
So is this all about building up to a big 2025 for you then?
100%. And you don't get any bigger than in here. That especially now when the PDC's changed the criteria for the European tours and stuff like that. If you're an amateur player, this is the place to be. And you're not going to get any better experience than playing on that stage. And I've just enjoyed every minute.
And you're going to be back there tomorrow night. Gary, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Couple more games for us to go. Kick starts with Martin Adams' clash with Michel's van der Horst. And down in commentary is Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Gary. Nice little insight to how he's feeling and more about how he approached this evening's action, Glenn.
Yeah, and we can actually say that we can make Martin Adams' night as well, because Martin Adams is confirmed to be there on Saturday night. All purely down to legs difference. Matthew Edgar cannot do any better than -1 on the legs difference, meaning even a 4-0 defeat here for Martin Adams put him on 0 points, and Matthew Edgar can't overtake him. So I'm absolutely delighted to say that Martin Adams will be there on Saturday night.
Game on!
We can add a 5th player to our list of Saturday night finalists. Neil Duff, Colin McGarry, Andy Hamilton, Gary Stone, Martin Adams.
9-5.
It's sizing up very nicely.
I have a feeling, though, Mace, that I don't think that man realises he's through.
No.
However,
100.
Matthew Edgar in there is the king of the permutations. It just depends on the dynamics of the group in that.
Well, he has to win 4-0.
It's frightening for... I didn't dare even go to the next one, but John Worsley against Matthew Edgar, final game of the night. John Worsley needs one leg in that game.
123.
Well, I sat here on Monday morning. First time I'd seen Michel van der Horst for a long, long time. And I would give him a good 6, 7 out of 10. I think his scoring at times has been outstanding, a little bit unpredictable. However, his doubles is an area, and his board management, his
100.
doubles and his board management, it's something I'd say if you want to get back to your former glories of getting to Grand Slams and being always there or thereabouts in WDF events, or coming back into the MODUS Super Series, I think
100.
they're areas that he needs to improve in.
Yeah, and they're things that can be worked on and improved, of course. It's all little percentages. I always say if you can improve your game by changing your diet, you improve it by 1%. Or
106.
your footwear, your preparation, your setup, your tiny little fundamental fine tuning, all those percentages add up.
67.
Shown in
Martin Report,
diagram B.
97.
That's been his Achilles heel. Adams, 97. No double, that I can confirm. That's the reason why. Double 12.
73. Show your record 39. No score. Martin, you require 24.
Trying to think if 17 leaves double 11 anyway.
$12. Michelle, you require 39. $21. Martin, you require 12. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, it gets there in the end.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $83.
Typical the way Van der Horst has been playing to give us one of his big scores right now. Tell you what, when he looks back at some of the games, I think he's thrown away so many that could have been here on Saturday night.
Yeah, for sure.
We're just talking about Gary Stone as he was being interviewed there, miss.
180.
Adams hits a max. But we were just saying that round robin and that knockout field, one of our theories is the fact that Gary Stone played well tonight because every game to him was an FA Cup final, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think players respond better sometimes just knowing that, well, if I lose, I'm out, because that makes you ultimately as focused as possible. When you're playing in this
41.
format, you can, and sometimes, I don't know, the lazy is the right word, but not be switched on. And I find that with Andy Hamilton sometimes. He loves that engagement of battle, knowing that, well, if I lose, I'm out.
125.
You're spot on the money that with Gary Stone, just having that fear factor just switched him right on.
I think Michel's points looked a bit more roughed up.
139.
If he's been trying to work on those points to try and address the issue with the bounce out, but Adams looking good here for 2-0.
60.
Yeah, I
Martin
think
requires
it's the
58.
points this issue. It's the fact that they're not entering the board hard enough and straight enough.
Well, that's straight enough. Adam leads 2-0.
We had that issue years ago when we were using unicorn boards and everyone was complaining about the softness,
Look, it's Michelle to throw
it
first.
mainly affected those that had a dart that didn't enter the board particularly cleanly.
Well, if Adams wins this match 4-0, he will top the group.
180.
Well, that's typical of Van der Horst, isn't it?
What he does. forget, we still have a really exciting game to come. The
60.
qualifying position up for grabs. John Worsley facing Matthew Edgar. Matthew Edgar has to win 4-0.
98.
Worsley needs just one leg to confirm himself as the final player qualifying from this Group B. Some response this.
140.
Don't forget, if you want to join us, we're down on London Road in Portsmouth, the Modus Live Lounge. Doors open around about 6 o'clock. You have to head over to
140.
www.dartshop.tv and reserve your ticket there for a £2 booking fee. Action starts at 7:30.
$135. Michelle,
Better from Adams. Does leave that bogey, so it's 6 starts from 83 for Van der Horst. 66. I hesitate also.
Action will start at 7:30 on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel and your chosen bookmaker site or app. And then from 10 p.m, the semi-finals and finals will be on Sporty Stuff TV.
85. Michelle, you require 40.
Reduce the deficit.
$20.
Remember what we said
Martin,
with
you
3
require
darts in hand on
81.
40. How many times has he missed this week? Typical. And you look at treble 12, very aggressive, but it's bullseye for Adams.
31.
That just hit the 25 there, Martin.
Michelle, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Michelle van der Horst.
And there's that respect to Martin Adams there. And even looking for the fist bump, but Martin done him there.
Martin to throw first.
Left him hanging. The respect that Van der Horst has for
83.
Adams is so evident last night, and it was almost apologetic as we look at the throw here. Van der Horst, good one to show as well.
Yeah, you can just see the flight of the darts through the air, and if you have a look at Martin's, look how much cleaner that is. So halfway through the trajectory and arc of the dart, it's already clean through the air and aerodynamic.
And one of my reasons for his longevity, yeah, the good dart of Michelle to show, the 2 treble 20s with his first dart.
100.
Walks through there, gets his balance, just moves that little bit to the right there.
Yeah, just being right of centre allows him
100.
almost to do what I was going to use an example and slide it down by the side of dart 2.
$140.
Wrong leg.
$140. $97. Martin, you've required 78.
We'll start on the 18s. Single 20.
Ooh.
38.
A
Michelle,
rare
you require
error,
100.
especially in that department.
Yeah, save that because you won't often see that.
Game
Seen
shot
that a
on the
lot though,
fourth
haven't we?
leg.
Can't hit a
Michelle
double with
van der
3 in hand.
Horst.
Okay, in the combination.
He looks at Adams as if he's
Fifth leg, it's
searching for his
Michelle to throw
acceptance that he
first.
dare
Yeah.
take a leg off him.
Martin's having a little chuckle to himself.
You know, if Henry does interview Martin, I'd
59.
love to know what his thoughts were in this game. Did he realise, even at 2-2, was he through, or what point in this match? Because there is chatter between the players. But Martin's one of those blokes you feel just doesn't get involved in that. Just bring me the next play, give me the 2
85.
points.
Yeah, I'm sure, like you say, Matt Edgar would have been fully aware of each and every scenario. I'm sure Martin would have gone, what's that, Matt?
59.
Oh, you're okay, Martin. You're through.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because Matt Edgar can get a -1, can't he, with a 4-0 victory over John Worsley?
Yep.
But John Worsley would go to -1.
Yep, but
85.
the legs one would come into effect and Edgar would have won more.
$100. $140.
Beautiful to see. No issues of tiredness from Martin.
60.
Past my bedtime, Martin. Never mind yours. Here's the 2 data.
137.
Approaching our 12th hour in the comms box today.
93. Martin, you require 54.
Big 14. Martin Adams.
The strange phenomenon that when you miss a big number, you tend to start missing them. There you go, perfect example.
$22.
It was amazing. He
Shall
didn't
we
go for the
require
13 there.
130?
Surely not again for Van der Horst. He'll bow to him if he hits this. Not to be. Chance for Adams to get back in front.
94. Martin, you require 32.
We'll need it with Michelle on his favourite double.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
No mistake this
Martin
time for
Adams.
Martin. Despite some different darts, he's still averaging 90.56.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $40.
Well, if there was going to be a bounce out in this leg, if I was a betting man, I would have said it would have been this man. In fact, I can't remember a bounce out for Michelle in this match.
Here's one incoming.
80.
How do I do it?
Oh, dear.
Wow, my social media's gone crazy, yeah? Can you say there
60.
hasn't been a 9 darter?
$140. $83.
Perfect dart for Van der Horst.
180.
180s just keep on coming.
$95. Shall you require 101?
For the distance.
39.
I've been calling him an accountant all week. I don't know why I'm saying that with this counting.
I wouldn't mind him being my bank manager. And I get a few nice surprises.
43. Michelle, you require 62.
He shouldn't laugh. Double 10.
42.
Yeah, that's that.
40.
As if he throws it, realises,
Shall we require
I don't
20?
like the way I've thrown this, and sort of pulls away from it. In all seriousness, if he could finish
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Van der Horst, it could have been a
Michelle
different
Van der
week for him.
Horst.
For sure.
7 from final leg. It's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's a last leg shootout. An ultimate game of the Group B campaign.
And Michel, being the age that he is, would have
180.
looked up and admired Martin's career. So this would be a big moment for him.
Oh, he looks at him starry-eyed. He did in defeat yesterday.
He did. He was visibly shook up in that match, and I we both thought he may get the win over Martin in the opening his opening game yesterday.
Yeah, I've got no record that they have played each other previously, but clearly we're on that BDO circuit together at that time. Might have been some early games somewhere, but yeah, you sense that it's the first time he's played him. Got a good advantage here as the Dutchman. Would join Matthew Edgar on 6 points, but obviously
41.
can't qualify. But the good news for Wolfie, he will be there tomorrow night.
$140.
Good leg. 2-7 after 9, a possible 12-dart leg.
$180. Michelle, you have a 127.
Never right. A legend off. Treble 19. For the ball.
102.
The line was good.
Martin, you have a
Slightly
140.
underthrown.
Would be the perfect 320 finish. He's done the 180. Not to beat.
Remarkable dart, that.
Michelle, you require 25.
He's so good at that. Double 12. It was a topsy-turvy game in the end, but Michelle Van der Horst does get over the winning line. But the good news for Martin Adams, when he walks up the stage, he has qualified. He will be there on Saturday night. And it's been great to see Michelle Van der Horst. It's been a long time since I've seen him play, and I think he's had lots of ups and downs. Terrific scorer, big hitter. Some areas that he needs to work on, but hopefully he will be back at the MODUS Super Series. But the final game of the week, it's John Worsley against Matthew Edgar. They're up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the 95th and final pool stage match of the week will determine who the final qualifier through to tomorrow night is going to be. Well, that man there, John Worsley, is in pole position. He needs just a solitary leg to go through. As for Matthew Edgar, he needs a miracle. A 4-0 win is all that can send him through. Let's see who will get that final spot in the company of Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it's a quite simple equation. One leg is all Worsley needs. Edgar, 4, needs to be perfect.
First leg, it's John to throw first.
Well, it'll
Game
certainly be on
on.
Edgar TV if he does win here 4-0. I'll firmly shake his hand because it's going to be a very tough ask against this man, and the fact Worsley's got the throw as well. Everything seems to be against Matthew Edgar tonight. A night that started with so much
100.
promise. He was absolutely delighted. Of course, I'm very close to Matt these days, but tough ask, Mace.
100.
Well, he nearly beat him 4-0 last night. Ended up at 4-1. And that's the inspiration he needs to use and think about. Nothing's impossible, but some things can be unlikely.
140.
Yeah, dropped the Dabra. Didn't affect the momentum there for Worsley.
140.
Something has awakened. Matthew Edgar looks a different player after 6 darts himself. He won't stay there. That's something I've learnt for Worsley. Thank you, John.
131.
I'm having an absolute Brahma tonight. Can we have dozen bloopers tonight, please?
91. Johnny
Great
McGuire,
last start,
130.
leaving the 170. That's okay for him. Doesn't get the treble. Treble 18.
58.
Well,
Matthew
it's big fish, small
170.
fish, and I've got the plastic box. Oh no, it's cardboard box, isn't it?
59.
So,
Johnny
for
McGuire,
John Worsley
72.
to be our 6th and final play tomorrow night. Double 18.
54. Matthew, you require
I
111.
wrote John on my notes, but didn't write Worsley. Hello.
95.
Tell you, I just thought this had
Johnny
some sort of
McGuire, 80.
ending to the story tonight. There again, 18. Doesn't look as confident. Look, stares it out, but
Game
that
shown
is an
the
absolute
first
beauty. He
leg.
does realise
John
what it is, and
Worsley.
John Worsley will be the 6th final player.
It's good to see. He's
Second
still
leg
got a
is
sense of
Matthew to
humour.
throw first. Game on.
And in all seriousness, after what he's been through physically, it's just good to see Matt Edgar playing full stop.
A nice touch from Matt there. But in all seriousness, do you think they realise he only needed one leg?
100. $83.
I had a couple of messages from Matt today. Like I said, he was absolutely delighted to wear last night, Wendy.
57.
He is someone that works strategic on his game. He realised the importance. He realised the importance of that first game last night, and he just almost went perfect. And 3 wins out of 4.
60.
Look, when he was travelling down to the venue tonight, knowing he has to only win 1, to be in this position right now, it will hurt him.
99.
But injury-free, lots of legs in the bank. There's positives there.
Yeah, and I do believe he's off to the WDF event in the very near future,
60.
near future, and this will, of course, put him in good stead for that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Slovakia he's going to next. He
59.
has a dream to play at Lakeside next year. He's in a qualifying position at the moment. He believes he's the best player in that lineup, and yeah, he's dreaming big. But he won't be here tomorrow night.
41. 125.
So let's get back to business because John Worsley can top the group. Win in this match now, as you can see there, would take him over Gary Stone. And there'll be plenty of people out there who
99,
had John
Matthew,
Worsley
required
to
61.
top the group. There's still a lot to play for here.
Game's on the second leg. Matthew Edgar.
Thinking to himself, why didn't that double 16 go in?
Yeah,
On
I
the
thought-
111.
I thought there was another
Well,
story
it's
to
John
go, I
throw
won't lie.
first. Game on. $42. 60.
Oh, I suppose we better get rid of the elephant in the room, Glenn.
Who's the only commentator to win a Premier League? Is that what you're going to say?
1-0.
I think Edgar's just heard that joke.
60.
At least I haven't got a barrage of abuse tomorrow from him. I suppose that's one positive.
No, but you'll be getting some from me.
100.
Not tonight. It's a little bit early. Maybe around 7:30 in the morning. So he has some lovely messages to read when he opens his mince pies.
$83.
I don't think, I mean, as someone who's been a former winner here, Chris, I mean, is John Worsley thinking it'd be nice to top the group to
59.
avoid blah, blah, blah? Or is it just shot me in the mix now? I'm not
Yeah.
bothered.
Listen, ultimately, you got to just beat what's in front of you on finals night, and that was my approach. Priority number one.
96.
I think I went through the card on the Thursday, and I just needed one more on the Friday to guarantee. As it was, I didn't actually need one, but I think I beat Darryl Pilgrim, and
180.
and that sealed the deal. And I just awaited my fate on the Saturday and approached every game one at a time.
Yeah, playing with that freedom now is Matt. We even get the bow.
140. Matthew Buck 102. 53 scored. 56. Johnny require 80.
And with a flat dart, it does help with finishes like this for
Tops,
Worsley.
tops. Ooh.
Game shot on the third leg.
Should bow.
John Worsley. Fourth leg, it's
I was
Matthew to
about
throw
to say,
first.
take a bow. I'll leave that to Matt Edgar right now.
122.
That's why you shouldn't stay there, John.
78.
Confirmed with finding the treble 19.
100.
This will be a great opportunity for Matt just to be able to play with freedom and sort of
85.
experiment a little bit. Who wants to win, of course? Who wants to
100.
go out with a win? The
140.
one that he will look back on was that 4-3 to Michelle, game number 2 tonight.
Yeah, Michelle was superb in
81.
that game, to be fair. He really did bring his A game, and Matthew hung on to him all the way. It's been a fabulous Group B.
Yeah.
The story of Gary Stone going through the card to do.
94.
We'll get
Matthew
the
require
headlines.
98.
The most disappointed player will be our co-commentator Matthew Edgar. He will be back in
58.
this chair next
Johnny
week.
require 104.
I wasn't planning on doing next week, but I might reconsider.
Double 16.
72. Matthew, you require 40.
Oh, for a level game,
Game shot on the
Tidy.
fourth leg.
averaging
Matthew Edgar.
92.5, Edgar. 86.38 for Worsley.
I think one video that
Flick against
Matthew
John
Edgar
to throw
hasn't done is the
first. Game
fastest
on.
player in the world. I remember doing something on Vincent van der Voort in the early days. And I tell you what, I think Matthew Edgar must be in the top 5. He's rapid. He's lightning. I didn't realise how quick.
100.
Remember him being sort of
97.
quick-ish, but yeah, he's certainly quick now.
That game with Gary Stone, he was booting his ankles, wasn't he?
Memories of Rod Arrington against Keith
140.
Deller.
Oh, I might DRM as part of my PDPA rule. Good thinking.
100.
Slides across the hockey. It's a slightly different angle of entry.
100.
Well, I've got to ask you now, Mace.
Whoa!
Edgar gives us the bow.
180. Johnny Rock 161.
Smile on his face.
Like a naughty little kid, isn't he? I put on my Twitter last night, 16-year-old Edgar's looking good for
Yeah.
qualification.
He's the most unlikely looking heel I've ever seen.
'97. Matthew Rock 124.
He has that look about him that he knows we're talking about him. I am now with that dart.
78.
Well,
Johnny
joking
Rock
aside, Mace,
64.
I'm going to ask you to pick a winner for the next leg. Who wins tomorrow night?
$39. Matthew, you require 46.
Cheers for that, Glenn.
14.
Neil Duff, he's been the best player this
Johnny
week.
required 25.
I've got a message here. Not me, not me, not me, Glenn.
Wow.
13.
close.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit of
Matthew
an
required
impossibility
32.
that.
Game
I'll
shot
be
in the
thinking,
fifth
why am I
leg.
getting a look now?
Matthew Edgar.
It's the darting gods for you.
Sixth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
Who would have thought? Gary Stone atop the group. 11-2 he was, remember. If Edgar does win this
45.
match, he's gone from bottom to top.
I expect our social media's guys to do.
100.
I started from the bottom, now I'm here, and that's about the only part of it they can play.
43. $140.
Showing his battling qualities here, Worsley. She's been doing all week. This is good.
140.
Oh, we're going to get another bow there.
$100. $82. Johnny Maguire 161.
6 from here for a level game. Feels like this one deserves to go to a decider.
Well, the way the day's gone today, I think it was guaranteed we're going to go
137.
the full 7. It's been a marathon day today, but could be an epic Saturday night.
Yeah,
41.
I don't think with this lineup
Johnny required
they
24.
can fail to be fascinating. Telling you now, Edgar will be going for 3 balls.
Game shot on
damn
the
it.
sixth flag. John Worsley.
He was thinking about it. He had that little
He
naughty
did.
kid smile. Yeah, he's just saying I was going to go 3 balls there.
Seventh and final leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Going to give us a Whitlock.
Now he's saying, let's take our time, John, and make the staff stay till 4 a.m.
58.
Chance for Edgar.
$80.
Only a 20. Too much damage done.
$128.
Yeah, just a very enjoyable week.
84.
It was John Worsley. That threw the first dart on Monday morning. Will he be throwing the last dart tomorrow night?
140.
With that scoring power, he'll be in with a chance. I think all 6 players, Mace, will fancy their chances.
Absolutely. That's what makes this
87.
such a fascinating group. Only picked off because Gary Stone was talking about how important it is him just to get one title here. Once you get over the line,
78.
very much like Neil Duff did a while back, not that long ago as it is. So you'll have fond memories of Saturday
100.
nights.
Johnny
Look
Rocco,
what Edgar's
97.
left again. Will he get a chance? Treble 18. Look at that naughty school child behind. 3 bulls he's thinking.
That will definitely make Edgar TV.
81. Matthew Rocco, 150.
Naughty school child.
We knew it.
It was a bit like his bullseye
29.
attempt earlier, wasn't
Johnny
it?
Rocco, 16.
So, finish off what's been a fascinating Group B. Double 4. Double 2. Maybe he'll go
14. Matthew
ball,
Rocco,
treble 7 ball.
121.
Give us a bit of Peter Wright. Now he wants the ball.
96.
Super effort.
Johnny
May come
Rocco,
back.
2.
Double 1's no gimme.
No score. Matthew Rocco, 25.
So, to finish with a win. Down the slide down the side.
9.
Nope.
Johnny Rocco, 2.
Needs to try and find the top wire.
Game
Oh, he finds the
shot
double.
and the match.
And John Worsley
John
ends his campaign
Worsley.
with a win and ends top of the table. Congratulations to you if you're one of the people that backed John Worsley to win this Group B before the off, because he has finished on top of the table. Well, it was a 4-3 win over Matt Edgar. The averages mid-80s. There was a very few missed doubles, as you can see from Worsley. Just 4 from 18 in the end, and that's mainly down to that scoring power. 6 140s to just 2 from Matthew Edgar. So, just to confirm the table, John Worsley out on top, Gary Stone second, Martin Adams in 3rd place, getting the final qualification spot. So that means Neil Duff, the winner of Group A, is into tomorrow night's final. Colin McGarry, the winner of Group C, along with the runner-up Andy Hamilton. And as I've just mentioned, John Worsley winning Group B, Gary Stone in second, and Martin Adams in the qualifying position. Well, let's join Glenn and Henry on stage for a quick review of all the action today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace Glenn, alongside me here on stage. And first of all, to Matthew Edgar, went into tonight with a lot of optimism. Never quite happened, did it?
Yeah, he'd be playing the Joker right now, but deep down he'll be really hurt because I think he really enjoyed last night. He's not really sure where his game is at, but there's a lot of positives there. Maybe just a little bit of luck wasn't on his side tonight, and just sometimes you can try too hard, and yeah, it's a tough one for him. He'll be disappointed.
So John Worsley then making his way through, courtesy of that one leg that he got in that game against Matthew Edgar. We can confirm everything that we saw this evening by having a look at the results for tonight's session. So 10 games have come and gone. this evening, and, well, the drama kind of began from the first start, didn't it?
Well, I think both of them identified. I mean, Gary Stone had to win all 4 tonight, and, you know, he got all 4. And, you know, you've got to give him praise for doing that. I mean, it was a tough ask to do, and he got here on Saturday night. So I think that's the headline from it. And obviously the roles reversal there with Matthew Edgar, who sat pretty, and it just didn't happen for him tonight. And in between, there was some real ups and downs. John Worsley, Martin Adams had real good moments. Michelle van der Horst, it could have been so much different as well if he could hit a double.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, isn't it? Right, let's talk a little bit more about Martin Adams, about Wolfie, who perhaps going into this week, we didn't quite know what we were going to expect from him, but what we have seen from him, well, it's kind of the sort of Wolfie of old to a certain extent.
Well, certainly last night anyway, I thought there was some real glimpses, and I thought it was a really nice interview you had with him. I think he spoke very, very well, and he had no expectations of what he was going to do, and for him to be here Saturday night, look, it's good for him. It's excellent for the neutral as well. And let's hopefully we get a decent crowd in here tomorrow night, because, you know, he will always be the headline act.
He most certainly will. And look, he's going to have one eye ahead to next month, the Circus Tavern for the World Seniors Championship. If he plays like that, especially last night, how deep do you think he can go in that tournament?
Yeah, like I said, he'll have no expectations. Like, he will go into that like he does. I mean, he is a born winner. So, you know, this part of that competitive spirit, that 3-time champion, that 3-time world master, that'll be inside him. But it's a tough ask, the seniors. I mean, tomorrow night, it's a bit of a who's who with the seniors, with Andy Hamilton and Neil Duff as well. Colin McGarry could be there. So it could be a good indicator who's sat really good for next month.
Well, let's have a look at the table, because the best night for anybody has been by far Gary Stone, who, look, we said he had to do something big tonight. He had to go through the Cardiff to make his way through. Look, he did exactly that.
Yeah, he did. And then for moments there, even down to the last double, I thought he was going to top the group. And 11-2, we thought that was good value before the night went on there. But he'll be just glad to be through there. And we just sense that he thrives more when it's more of a knockout rather than a round robin. So you do get that feel more on a Saturday night. And look, I can't wait. It's been a long old day today. That Group C took an awful lot from us out that Group C, but I still think there's a great 6 there tomorrow night.
Most certainly will. Right, let's have a look and see how the 6 players will shape up for tomorrow night's final then. This is how they've got there. Then Neil Duff, well, it was back on Wednesday that he won Group A, and in the last 2 days of that group in particular, he kind of played the darts of the week from anybody.
Yeah, I think he's the pick for Mace as well, so he will have, you know, had a couple of days rest as well. It depends what you do, not to be lazy there, but he's experienced enough. You know, he could be, you know, I mean, he could be the winner. All 6 could. It's one of them ones where I think all 6 will fancy their chances.
And I tell you what, if you're going to have a night out of the darts, you wouldn't mind seeing Neil Duff, Martin Adams and Andy Hamilton, would you?
Yeah, I know we're saying that with a smile on our face, but absolutely, it's a great place. And they make, you know, a real difference as well. And it's a fantastic place to play with that crowd as well. It could be one of the best finals night.
It most certainly could be fun. Well, Glenn, we will have another Super Series Saturday. We look forward to these, don't we?
Absolutely, and I think tomorrow's got that added spice as well. And, you know, I can't pick a win. I think it's going to be really, really tough, and may the best player win.
Shall we do it?
Let's do it.
Right, I shall see you tomorrow night, spick and span. And you got the blazer?
No?
Good. We're going shirts tomorrow night. We're rebels here at the Super Series. Right, we shall see you from 7:30 tomorrow evening on the YouTube channel before going live at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV, where the Wolf will be hoping to hunt down a Super Series title.
Adams is just so good. In situations like this, he is so good when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. That was an awesome performance from Martin Adams, one of the best for many, many a year. What do I know? Absolutely outstanding darts from Martin Adams.